Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never really believed in ghosts or supernatural stuff. I'm what you'd call a practical person. I need to see it, touch it, or have solid proof before I buy into anything weird. At least, that's what I thought until what happened in our apartment. My husband and I have been renting this 2-bedroom place for about 3 years now. It's nothing fancy, just your typical apartment in the city with a living room, kitchen, bathroom, main bedroom, and a second bedroom that my husband uses as his office. He's a researcher who runs these complicated computer simulations, so his room is always filled with equipment, papers everywhere, and his PC with all these flashing lights that stays on pretty much 24/7. For the longest time, I couldn't explain this feeling I had whenever I was home alone. It wasn't exactly fear, more like this constant awareness that someone else was there. You know that feeling when you're in a room and you can just sense another person's presence? That's what it was like, except I was supposed to be completely alone. At first I brushed it off. Old buildings make noises, pipes knock, floors creak, neighbors move around. That's what I kept telling myself, but the feeling would come over me even when everything was dead silent. My husband and I are like any normal couple. We get along great most of the time, but we definitely have our arguments. Nothing major, just the usual stuff couples fight about. When things got heated, I'd sometimes choose to sleep in his office rather than share the bed. The futon in there wasn't the most comfortable, but it was better than lying awake seething next to him. About 6 months ago, we had a particularly stupid fight about something so trivial. I can't even remember what it was now. I was so annoyed that I grabbed my pillow and stormed off to the office. I cleared away some of his papers from the futon, made up the bed, and tried to get some sleep. That was the night everything changed for me. I fell asleep pretty quickly, exhausted from arguing, but around 2 in the morning I suddenly woke up. Not gradually, like when you naturally drift awake, but abruptly, like someone had shaken me. My eyes snapped open and I was instantly alert. The room was dim, with just the blue and green lights from my husband's computer casting weird shadows on the walls. I remember looking around, totally convinced someone had just touched me. The air felt different, heavy somehow, like the atmosphere itself had thickened. I sat up and scanned the room, my heart pounding. Nothing seemed out of place, just the usual mess of my husband's papers, books, and computer equipment. I told myself it was just a weird dream and tried to go back to sleep. Then it happened again. I just started to doze off when I felt that same sensation, like hands pulling me out of sleep. This time, I was sure I felt the mattress depress, as if someone had sat down next to me. I jerked upright, fully expecting to see my husband standing there, maybe wanting to apologize. But the room was empty. I sat there for what felt like forever, too freaked out to lie back down. The only sound was the quiet hum of the computer and my own breathing. I nearly convinced myself to go back to our bedroom, but my pride wouldn't let me. So I stayed, pulling the blanket up to my chin like a kid afraid of monsters. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep again, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. I woke up feeling exhausted, like I hadn't slept at all. When my husband asked me how I'd slept, I just mumbled, "Fine," and didn't mention anything about what happened. I figured it was just the unfamiliar bed, or maybe the computer with its blinking lights had messed with my sleep. Over the next few months, I ended up sleeping in the office a few more times after arguments. Each time, the same thing would happen, waking up suddenly, feeling like someone was there, sensing the mattress move. Sometimes I'd even feel what seemed like breath on my face or neck. Once, I swear something tugged at my hair, but every time I looked, I was completely alone. I started dreading having to sleep in that room, but I never told my husband why. How do you tell someone something like that without sounding completely crazy? I just blamed it on his computer, saying the lights kept me awake, or complained that the futon was uncomfortable. He offered to turn the computer off, but I knew he needed it running for his research, so I didn't push the issue. Then about a month ago, we had a visit from my meditation teacher. I've been practicing meditation for about a year now, trying to deal with work stress. My teacher is this older guy who's been meditating for decades. He's not flashy about it, but over time I've realized he has some serious psychic abilities. He just seems to know things he shouldn't be able to know. He was in town for a conference and needed a place to crash for 2 nights. Since we had the spare room by an office, we offered it to him. My husband temporarily moved his most important equipment to our bedroom and cleared enough space for my teacher to sleep comfortably on the futon. The first morning after he stayed with us, we were all having breakfast together. My teacher seemed tired, with dark circles under his eyes. When my husband stepped out to take a phone call, I asked my teacher if he'd slept okay. Not particularly well, he admitted, sipping his tea. He didn't elaborate further. Something made me ask, "Did you feel anything strange in that room?" He looked at me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he nodded slowly. "There's definitely a presence in there." My blood ran cold, so I wasn't imagining it. I wasn't going crazy. There really was something in that room. "What kind of presence?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Is it dangerous?" "No, not dangerous," he said thoughtfully. "I'd describe it as neutral, neither good nor bad. But it's definitely aware, and it seems to be curious about the people who enter its space." I told him then about my experiences sleeping in the room, the sudden wakings, the feeling of being watched, the sensation of the mattress moving. He nodded, as if this all made perfect sense. "It probably doesn't mean any harm," he said, "but it seems attached to that room for some reason. If you'd like, I can perform a simple ritual tonight to encourage it to move on." I agreed immediately. I'd reached the point where I didn't care if it seemed ridiculous. I just wanted whatever it was out of our home. That evening after dinner, my teacher went into the office with some sage he'd bought during the day. My husband, still skeptical but willing to humor us, stayed in the living room while I hovered nervously in the doorway watching. My teacher moved around the room slowly, burning the sage and using his hands to direct the smoke into corners and around objects. He spoke quietly, not in English, but in some language I didn't recognize. The whole thing lasted maybe 15 minutes. When he finished, he turned to me with a slight frown. "It's gone now," but it wasn't happy about leaving. It seemed irritated. That word, irritated, sent chills down my spine. It made the present seem so real, so conscious. "Also," he added, looking around at my husband's cluttered desk and the boxes of papers stacked in the corners, "you might want to keep this room more organized. Clutter can attract stagnant energy, which sometimes attracts spirits or allows them to linger." After he left the next day, I couldn't stop thinking about what he'd said. I remembered something that had never seemed significant before. My mother-in-law had stayed with us for about 6 months the year before, sleeping in that same room. She had constantly complained about not sleeping well, about waking up throughout the night feeling disturbed. We had always blamed the mattress, even bought her a new one, but it hadn't helped. I also started wondering about the furniture in that room. Most of it was second-hand stuff we'd picked up from various places. The desk from a garage sale, the bookshelf from a thrift store. Even the futon was from my husband's old college apartment. Could the presence have been attached to one of those objects? It's been about 3 weeks since my teacher cleansed the room. I've slept in there twice since then, after minor disagreements with my husband. Both times, I slept through the night without incident. The heavy feeling in the air is gone. The sense of being watched has disappeared. But sometimes when I'm home alone and walking past that room, I still get the faintest feeling that someone's there, just behind the closed door, waiting. And sometimes late at night I swear I can hear the sound of footsteps coming from inside when no one's in there. I've realized that maybe everything in life comes with something attached to it, whether it's old furniture, used clothing, or even the spaces we inhabit. Previous owners leave their mark, their energy, maybe even pieces of their consciousness. My husband still doesn't fully believe what happened, though he admits the room feels lighter now. He keeps the space cleaner these days, if only to humor me. I don't know if what was in there was actually a ghost or just some kind of energy imprint. All I know is that something was there, something conscious enough to wake me, to touch me, to feel irritation at being asked to leave. And sometimes I wonder, if I hadn't asked it to go, what would have happened? Would it have eventually tried to communicate more clearly? Would it have grown stronger, or would it have simply continued to watch me sleep, night after night, for reasons I'll never understand? Story 2. I haven't slept properly for 3 nights now. Every time I close my eyes, I see those lights again. I'm writing this down partly because I need to tell someone, and partly because I'm hoping someone out there has seen something similar and can help me make sense of what happened. It started last Monday night. I'd gone to bed around 11 after binge-watching some crime documentary series. Nothing unusual about the evening, had dinner, scrolled through social media for too long, then decided I should probably get some sleep since I had work the next day. I fell asleep quickly, but then had this incredibly vivid dream that my garage was on fire. In the dream, I could feel the heat against my skin, hear the crackling of the flames, and smell that awful burning plastic smell from all the stuff stored in there. It was terrifying. The flames were spreading to the side of my house, and I was frantically trying to call for help, but my phone wouldn't work. Classic nightmare stuff, I guess. Except it felt so real that I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding like crazy. I sat up in bed trying to catch my breath. My t-shirt was sticking to my back, and I could feel my pulse throbbing in my temples. I checked the time on my phone, 2:37 in the morning. The house was completely silent, no smoke alarms going off, nothing to suggest the dream had been real. Still, I couldn't shake the lingering anxiety. After a few minutes of sitting there in the dark, trying to convince myself everything was fine, I decided I needed to use the bathroom. The cool tile under my feet helped ground me as I splashed some water on my face. Just a dream, I kept telling myself, but my hands were still shaking. On my way back to bed, I found myself drawn to the window. My bedroom's on the 2nd floor, and I have a decent view of the backyard and the trees beyond. I'm not sure what made me look out. Maybe some subconscious part of me was still worried about that fire. I pulled back the curtain just a little, expecting to see nothing but darkness. That's when I saw them. The lights. They were at the height of the treetops, maybe 40 or 50 feet up. Long, straight lines of light, moving slowly one after another, like some kind of procession. Not like searchlights. These weren't beams shining down from above. They were actual lines of light, horizontal, maybe 4 or 5 feet long each. I'd say they were whitish blue in color, but with an odd quality to them that's hard to describe. They didn't illuminate anything around them, which struck me as strange. It was like they were just there, existing in their own space. I stood frozen at the window, trying to process what I was seeing. The lights moved in perfect synchronization, maintaining the same distance from each other. There must have been at least 15 or 20 of them, all moving in the same direction from left to right across my field of vision. They weren't fast, about the speed someone might walk, but they moved with purpose, like they knew exactly where they were going. I blinked hard a few times, convinced I must be hallucinating or still dreaming somehow. But the lights remained, drifting silently through the night sky above the trees. I even pinched my arm, hard enough to leave a mark I found the next morning, but nothing changed. This was happening. It occurred to me that I should grab my phone and record this, but I couldn't move. I was completely transfixed. My breath was fogging up a small spot on the window, and I realized I'd been holding my breath without noticing. The lights continued their strange procession for what felt like forever, but was probably only about 30 seconds in total, and then they just disappeared. Not one by one, not fading away gradually. They all vanished at the same instant, like someone had flipped a switch. One moment they were there, the next they were gone, leaving nothing but the darkness of the night sky. I stood at the window for at least another 5 minutes, scanning the sky, hoping they might reappear. My mind was racing. What had I just seen? Some kind of aircraft drones, maybe, but they didn't move like any drone I've ever seen. And the light they gave off wasn't like normal lights. There was no sound either. Absolutely silent the whole time. Eventually, I backed away from the window and sat on the edge of my bed. My phone was right there on the nightstand, but by the time I thought to grab it, the lights were already gone. I opened my weather app, wondering if there might be some atmospheric phenomenon that could explain it. But there was nothing unusual. Clear skies, no storms in the area. I couldn't bring myself to go back to sleep. I just sat there, replaying what I'd seen over and over in my head. Was I still dreaming somehow? Had I been sleepwalking? But everything felt so real. The cold floor under my feet, the texture of the curtain in my hand, the slight chill from the window glass. Around 4 in the morning, I started searching online, looking for anything similar to what I'd seen. I searched horizontal lines of light in sky, moving light formations at night, straight light bars above trees, everything I could think of. Most results were about the northern lights or light pillars from ice crystals, but what I saw wasn't anything like that. The few accounts that seemed somewhat similar described seeing balls of light or orbs, not the perfect straight lines I'd witnessed. By the time my alarm went off at 6:30, I was exhausted but wide awake. I got ready for work on autopilot, constantly checking out the windows as if the lights might return in broad daylight. I even went out to the garage first thing, half expecting to find it charred or damaged somehow, connecting the dream to what I'd seen. But everything was normal, just my cluttered garage with the lawnmower and old bikes and boxes of holiday decorations. No signs of fire, not even a burnt smell. At work, I couldn't focus on anything. I kept zoning out, seeing those lines of light whenever I closed my eyes. My co-workers noticed something was off. My boss asked if I was feeling okay, and I mumbled something about not sleeping well. How could I explain what happened without sounding completely crazy? During lunch, I kept searching on my phone, expanding to include UFO sightings and strange atmospheric phenomena. Nothing matched what I'd seen. I even checked the local news and community Facebook groups to see if anyone else in my area had reported something unusual that night. Nothing. After work, I drove home slowly, scanning the sky the whole time. The sun was starting to set, and I felt this weird mix of dread and anticipation. Would they come back? Did I want them to come back? I still couldn't decide if I was terrified or fascinated by what I'd seen. I couldn't bring myself to go to bed at my normal time that night. Instead, I positioned a chair by the window and set up my phone on a stack of books, camera ready to record if the lights appeared again. I sat there for hours, watching, waiting, around 2 in the morning, close to when I'd seen them the night before. I felt my eyelids getting heavy. I fought to stay awake, but I must have dozed off because I woke up with a start at 4:30, still in the chair, with a stiff neck and no evidence of any strange lights. The second night passed the same way, with me determined to catch evidence of the lights but ultimately seeing nothing. By the third night, last night, exhaustion had caught up with me. I tried to stay vigilant, but I fell asleep early and had no strange dreams or sightings. Now it's been 3 days, and I'm left wondering what exactly happened that night. The more time passes, the more I question myself. Did I actually see what I think I saw? Was I in some strange state between sleeping and waking? But it felt so real, so present. The timing of it all bothers me too. having that intense dream about fire and then seeing the lights immediately after. Were they connected somehow? Was my mind trying to tell me something? Or was it all just a bizarre coincidence? I keep thinking about those lights, moving in their perfect formation. There was something almost deliberate about them, like they were ordered, intentional, not random at all, and the way they all disappeared at exactly the same moment still gives me chills. I've told nobody about this until now. What would I even say? Hey, I saw some weird lights outside my window after having a nightmare about my garage burning down. It sounds ridiculous even to me, and I'm the one who experienced it, but I know what I saw. I wasn't hallucinating, I wasn't dreaming, I wasn't making it up. Those lights were real. They were there, moving silently above the trees outside my house. And then they were gone, leaving me with nothing but questions. I'm going to keep watching the sky. I've set up a proper camera now, ready to record at a moment's notice. If they come back, I'll be ready. If anyone else has seen something like this, please let me know. I need to understand what happened that night. Because right now, the not knowing is almost worse than the fear of what those lights might actually be. Story 3. I never thought I'd be the kind of person writing about paranormal experiences. I've always been pretty practical, not really into ghost stories or anything like that. But something happened that I can't explain, and honestly, I still get choked up thinking about it, even though it's been 3 years now. When I was 6, my parents got me a black lab puppy. We named her Magic, and from the moment she bounded into our house, we were inseparable. She wasn't just a pet. She was my best friend, my confidant, my constant shadow. Every night for 12 years, she slept at the foot of my bed, always doing this funny little circle dance, before settling down with a contented sigh that somehow made everything in my world feel right. The summer after my 18th birthday, Magic started slowing down. She wasn't as eager for walks, and climbing the stairs to my bedroom seemed to take everything out of her. I noticed her breathing was getting labored. Mom took her to the vet while I was at work, and when I got home, I knew from Mom's face that something was terribly wrong. Heart tumor, Mom said, her voice cracking. It's pretty advanced. The vet says she probably doesn't have much time left. I remember sitting on the kitchen floor that night, Magic's head in my lap, stroking her ears the way she loved, trying to memorize everything about her, the white speckles that had appeared on her muzzle as she aged, the particular brown of her eyes, the way her tail would still thump weakly against the floor when I hit that perfect spot behind her ears. 2 weeks later, we had to make that impossible decision that pet owners dread. I was there with her at the end. I held her and told her she was the best girl in the world, and I promised I'd never forget her. The vet was kind, but nothing could soften that moment. I felt like someone had hollowed out my chest with a spoon. The house felt wrong without Magic. I couldn't sleep for weeks. I'd gotten used to her weight at the foot of my bed, her occasional snores, the way she'd get up and reposition herself at least twice during the night. I kept reaching down with my foot, expecting to feel her warm body and finding nothing. About a year later, my parents thought it might help me to get another dog. I wasn't sure I was ready, but when we went to the shelter and this goofy black lab puppy came bounding up to us, something just clicked. We named him Cooper. He was nothing like Magic, where she had been dignified and calm. He was all gangly energy and slobbery enthusiasm. But I fell in love with him anyway, in that different way you love a second pet. The weird thing was, Cooper refused to sleep in my room. He'd follow me everywhere else in the house, but when bedtime came and I'd call him to come upstairs, he'd get to my doorway and just stop. He'd stare into my room, hackles slightly raised, eyes fixed on the foot of my bed. Then he'd back away, tail between his legs. I figured he just wasn't ready to be separated from my parents at night, so I didn't push it. About 2 months after we got Cooper, I was having a particularly rough night. I'd been tossing and turning for hours, thinking about college applications and just feeling the weight of growing up, It was around 2 in the morning when I felt it, that unmistakable shift of the mattress that happens when a medium-sized dog jumps onto your bed. My first thought was that Cooper had finally gotten over his weird aversion to my room. I lifted my head, expecting to see him, but there was nothing there. Just the moonlight streaming through my window, lighting up the empty space at the foot of my bed. And yet, I could feel the pressure of 4 paws moving in a circle pattern, pressing down on the covers, that familiar dance that magic always did before settling down. Then the covers pulled tight, as whatever it was found its spot and laid down with a heavy sigh. I froze. I didn't believe in ghosts. I still don't know if I do, but I know what I felt. The weight, the warmth, the specific way the blanket tugged at my feet. Exactly how it used to feel when magic slept there. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept expecting the feeling to disappear, but it didn't. The weight stayed there until morning, and only seemed to lift when my alarm went off. I didn't tell anyone. What would I even say? Hey, I think our dead dog is sleeping on my bed. I figured it was just grief playing tricks on me, or maybe some weird half-dream state. But the next night, it happened again. And the night after that, always the same. That familiar jump, the circle pattern, the settling down with a sigh, always at the foot of my bed, always around 2 in the morning, always staying until my alarm went off. After about 2 weeks of this, I started to feel comforted by it rather than freaked out. I'd find myself looking forward to that familiar weight appearing. On nights when I was upset, I'd swear I could feel what seemed like magic shifting closer to me, the way she used to when I was crying as a kid. One night, about 3 weeks in, I was exhausted from studying late. When I felt the familiar jump on the bed that woke me from a deep sleep, I was actually irritated. Without thinking, I mumbled, "Magic, go bug Mom." The same thing I used to say when she'd wake me up to go out in the middle of the night. As soon as I said it, I felt ridiculous. I was talking to a weight that probably wasn't even there, that was just some manifestation of my grief or my overtired brain. But the strangest thing happened. The weight lifted. The bed shifted as if something had jumped off. I figured that was that. I'd broken whatever weird spell my mind had created. I rolled over and went back to sleep, half disappointed, half relieved. The next morning at breakfast, my mom looked tired. She had dark circles under her eyes, and she kept staring into her coffee mug like it held the secrets of the universe. "You okay?" I asked, pouring myself some cereal. She looked up at me with this strange expression. "The weirdest thing happened last night," she said slowly. "I was fast asleep, and around 3 in the morning, I swear it felt like magic jumped on my bed. I dropped my spoon. Milk splashed onto the table. "What did you say?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Mom looked embarrassed. I know it sounds crazy, but it was so real. I felt the bed dip down, and then it was like she did that little circle thing she always did. I even felt her lie down against my legs, right where she used to sleep. She shook her head. I must have been dreaming, but it felt so real that I couldn't get back to sleep. My hands were shaking. I hadn't told anyone about my experiences. Not my mom, not my friends, nobody. "Mom," I said, my throat tight, "that's been happening to me too, for weeks now, every night around 2 in the morning. She stared at me, her coffee forgotten. "You're joking." "I'm not," I said. "Last night I actually got annoyed because it woke me up from a deep sleep, and I said, 'Magic, go bug Mom,' just like I used to." Mom's eyes filled with tears. That was around 3, right when I felt her. We both sat there in silence for a minute, trying to process what this meant. Then Mom started crying for real, and I did too. "Do you think she's upset?" Mom asked, wiping her eyes. "Because of Cooper? Do you think she thinks we've replaced her?" The thought broke my heart. "I don't know," I said. "Maybe she's just checking on us." That night, I waited. 2 o'clock came and went. No familiar weight jumped on my bed. I stayed awake until dawn, but nothing happened. The next morning, Mom confirmed she hadn't felt anything either. This went on for almost a week. No sign of magic in either of our rooms. I was surprised by how much I missed it, how empty the foot of my bed felt without that comforting pressure. Then Mom confessed something to me. "I did something the other day," she said quietly. "When you were at school, I went into your room and I just talked. To magic, I mean. I told her we loved her, that we'd never forget her, that Cooper wasn't a replacement." Mom's voice cracked. I told her it was okay to rest now, that she didn't have to worry about us anymore. That night, for the first time, Cooper followed me all the way into my bedroom. No hesitation at the door, no staring at the foot of the bed. He jumped right up, did his own little circle dance, so different from Magic's, more bouncy and uncoordinated, and settled down with a puppy sigh. He's slept there every night since. Magic never returned, at least not in the way she had been. Sometimes I still imagine I feel a slight pressure just for a moment, like a gentle goodnight pat, but never again that solid, unmistakable weight. I don't know what happened in those weeks. I don't know if it was really Magic's spirit, or just some shared grief hallucination between me and my mum. But sometimes I think about the timing, how Cooper suddenly felt comfortable in my room right after Mom had that talk, almost like Magic had been there, showing him how to take care of me, and only left when she was sure he understood the job. I've never told this story to many people. It sounds too weird, too unbelievable, but I know what I felt. I know what my mum felt, and sometimes that's all the proof you need. Story 4. I've been wanting to get this off my chest for a long time. I don't know if writing about it will help or make things worse, but I need to tell someone who might believe me. My family and I have experienced things in our home, near La Tigra National Reserve in Honduras, that I can't explain, and honestly, I'm still scared just thinking about it. Our house sits on a hill surrounded by dense forest on the outskirts of Santa Lucia. We're right near that notorious curve on the main road, RN 25 KM8. Locals know it well. Too many people have died there over the years. The road curves sharply around the hill our house sits on, and drivers often misjudge how tight that turn is, especially at night or in bad weather. The accident that happened last month still haunts me. I was up late working when I heard the screeching tires, then the crash. That sickening sound of metal hitting the guardrail, then silence. By the time I grabbed my flashlight and ran down our driveway to the road, other neighbors had already called for help. 2 teenagers died that night. Their car went straight through the guardrail and down into the ravine. But here's the thing. We think these accidents might be connected to the other strange things happening around our property. I know how that sounds. Trust me, I've questioned my own sanity many times, but when multiple family members experience the same things independently, and when neighbors and even strangers report similar encounters, well, it makes you wonder. Just last week, something happened that I still can't explain. My brother and aunt were sitting in the living room around 7 in the evening. I was in the kitchen making dinner. The main entrance door to our house has an old-fashioned knocker, heavy brass in the shape of a lion's head. All of a sudden, we heard it hit against the door. Not just once, but repeatedly, as if someone was desperately trying to get our attention. My brother went to check, thinking it might be a neighbor or someone who'd had car trouble on the road. Nobody was there. He closed the door and had barely walked 5 steps back toward the living room when the knocker started again. Hit, 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 faster this time, almost angry. He turned around immediately, yanked the door open. Nothing, just darkness and the sound of insects in the trees. My aunt, who's usually the most level-headed person in our family, went pale. She said it reminded her of what happened to my grandmother years ago, before she passed away in 2008. Grandma had been alone in the house one afternoon when she heard someone clearly call her name from the front door. Not just any voice, She said it sounded exactly like her sister who died 20 years earlier. When she opened the door, there was no one there, but she felt a cold rush of air pass by her and into the house. After my brother closed the door the second time, we all sat in the living room, nobody willing to leave. Then the knocker started again. This time, the door actually pushed open slightly, as if being pulled from the outside. I still remember the goosebumps that covered my entire body. My brother jumped up to close it, and as he pushed against it, he swore he felt resistance, like someone was pushing back. That night, we all slept in the same room with the lights on. But that's not even the strangest thing we've experienced. There's a presence in our house. We've all seen it at different times. A dark, shadowy figure that moves impossibly fast. It doesn't walk or run. It's more like it slides across the room in a blur. You catch it in your peripheral vision, and by the time you turn your head, it's gone. But you know you saw something. I saw it most clearly about 2 months ago. I was up late, around 2 in the morning, working at my computer. The house was completely silent. Out of nowhere, I felt this overwhelming sensation that I wasn't alone. You know that feeling when someone is staring at you? It was like that, but much more intense. I turned toward my bedroom door, which was slightly ajar, and saw what looked like a tall, dark figure standing in the hallway. It was darker than the darkness around it, if that makes any sense. No features, just a solid black silhouette. I blinked, and in that split second it moved, not walked, but almost teleported from the hallway to right beside my desk. I screamed and fell backward in my chair. By the time I scrambled to my feet, it was gone, but the air where it had been felt ice cold, and my breath came out in visible puffs for several minutes afterward, even though it was a warm night. My parents have had their own encounters, dating back to the early 2000s. The one that still terrifies my mum happened when she and my dad were walking back to our house one evening along the dirt road that winds through the forest. It was dusk, not completely dark yet, when they spotted what they initially thought were 3 children wearing white clothes standing at the edge of the trees about 30 yards ahead of them. As they got closer, they realized these weren't children at all. They were short, maybe 3 or 4 feet tall, but the proportions were all wrong. Their limbs were too thin and too long for their bodies, and their heads seemed too large, and they were completely white, not like pale human skin, but a flat, chalk white that seemed to glow slightly in the fading light. When my parents were about 15 yards away, these things started throwing rocks and branches at them. My dad immediately pushed my mum behind him and told her to back up slowly. The white figures became more aggressive, moving closer and throwing larger objects. One rock hit my dad on the shoulder hard enough to leave a bruise that lasted for weeks. They managed to back away and run the rest of the way home. When they got back and told us what happened, we thought maybe they'd encountered some kind of animal or even people playing a prank. But then, about 2 years later, one of our neighbors, a woman who lived about half a mile down the road, came to our house in hysterics one morning. She said she'd woken up around 3 a.m. to get a glass of water and saw one of these white figures standing in her kitchen. According to her, it started out short, maybe the height of a child. But as she watched, frozen in fear, it seemed to grow taller, stretching upward until its head nearly touched the ceiling. She ran back to her bedroom and locked the door until morning. 2 weeks later, she moved away. The security guards at the private residence about a mile from our house have reported similar sightings. One of them, a man named Carlos, who's worked there for over a decade, told us he's seen these white figures crossing the dirt road multiple times during his night shifts, always in groups of 3, always moving with an unnatural gait, almost like they're floating just above the ground. I've tried to document these occurrences. About 6 months ago, I installed security cameras around our property, 2 covering the front and back doors, 1 overlooking the driveway, and 1 facing the edge of the forest where the dirt road begins. I was determined to capture evidence of what we were experiencing. The cameras worked normally for the first few weeks, though they didn't record anything unusual. Then things started to malfunction. The camera facing the forest would go offline every night between 2 and 4 a.m., regardless of how many times I reset it or checked the connections. The footage from the other cameras would sometimes contain strange distortions, portions of the video where the image would stretch or warp, or where staticky interference would obscure entire sections of the frame. One night, the camera at our front door captured something that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. It was around midnight, and the video shows our front porch completely normal, empty. Then, without any visible movement, the door knocker suddenly lifts and slams down 3 times. There's no wind, no movement of any kind to explain it, just the knocker moving on its own. But what happened next is what really terrified me. For a split second, so briefly I had to go through the footage frame by frame to be sure, a face appears in the camera, not a human face. It's distorted, elongated, with oversized black eyes and no visible mouth. The rest of the image remains completely normal, but this face is just there, staring directly into the lens. In the next frame, it's gone. When I tried to show the footage to my family the next morning, the file was corrupted. The video played normally up to the point where the knocker moved, then dissolved into static. The face was gone. I've tried different cameras, different software, even had a friend who works in IT look at our setup. Nothing seems to work consistently. It's like whatever is happening here doesn't want to be recorded. The connection to the accidents on the road might seem tenuous, but there are patterns I've noticed. The paranormal activity in our house often intensifies in the days before or after a crash on that curve. Last month, the night before those teenagers died, every door in our house opened and closed on its own, one after another, in sequence, as if something was moving through the house room by room. 3 days before a motorcyclist went off the curve last year, my mum saw all 3 white figures standing at the edge of our property, watching the road. She said they seemed to be waiting for something. I don't know what these entities are or what they want. Some locals believe they're spirits of people who died on the road, unable to move on. Others say there's something more ancient, something that was here long before the road or our house, or even the town of Santa Lucia. All I know is that they're still here. Last night I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of the door knocker again. I didn't get up to check. Instead, I lay in bed, eyes wide open, listening as the knocking continued for almost 5 minutes, growing more insistent, more angry. Then it stopped, and in the silence that followed, I heard footsteps moving through our house. Not on the floor, but on the ceiling above my bed. I haven't told my family about that yet. I don't know what to do anymore. We can't move. This house has been in our family for generations. But sometimes, in the darkest hours of the night, when I hear something moving in the hallway or see that shadow pass too quickly across my room, I wonder if we're really the ones who own this land, or if we're just unwelcome guests in someone or something else's home. Story 5. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened to me in 2019. Even typing this makes my hand shake. I've tried convincing myself it was just stress from the move, or that I was seeing things, but the evidence, I can't explain it away. I was living in Minnesota with my mom and brother at the time, in this second-floor apartment that backed up to endless cornfields. The place was nice enough, but that road behind us was pitch black at night. No streetlights for at least half a mile in either direction. My bedroom window faced those fields, and most nights I'd keep the curtains open, because I liked falling asleep looking at the stars. It was late August, maybe 3 weeks before I was supposed to move back to my home state. I'd been packing all day and was exhausted, but for some reason, I couldn't fall asleep. Around 1 in the morning, I was still awake, scrolling on my phone when I noticed movement outside my window. At first, I thought it was just the cornstalks swaying in the wind, but when I looked closer, I saw something poking its head out between the rows. It was a goat, A black goat, just standing there at the edge of the field, staring toward our building. I didn't think much of it initially. Our neighbors a few houses down had farm animals, so I figured one had gotten loose. But something felt off about how still it was standing there. It wasn't eating or moving around like you'd expect. It was just watching. I put my phone down and got up to get a better look. As soon as I approached the window, the goat pulled back into the corn and disappeared. I stood there for a few minutes, searching the darkness, but couldn't see it anymore, so I went back to bed. About 20 minutes later, I glanced outside again, and my heart nearly stopped. The goat was in the middle of the road now, directly across from our apartment, staring up at my window. I'm not exaggerating when I say it was looking right at me. Not in the general direction of the building, directly at my window. The way it stood there was unnatural. Too still, too focused. I felt this immediate, overwhelming sense of dread wash over me. I yanked my curtains shut and retreated to my bed, heart pounding. I tried telling myself it was just a goat, just a random animal, but something deep inside me knew better. The way it stared, it felt like it knew me, like it was there specifically for me. I buried myself under my blankets like a little kid, as if that would protect me from whatever was outside. I couldn't stop shaking. My room suddenly felt freezing cold, even though it was summer in Minnesota. After about an hour of lying there, listening for any sounds, curiosity got the better of me. I had to know if it was still there. I slowly crept back to the window and pulled the curtain back just enough to peek out. My blood turned to ice. The goat was now on our apartment complex's lawn, directly below my window. The light from the apartment sign gave me a better view, and what I saw still haunts me. It wasn't standing on hooves. It had hands, human-like hands with long, skinny fingers that bent at wrong angles, like they were broken. They looked gnarled and twisted, stretched out way too long, and the way they pressed into the ground as it walked made my stomach turn. Those fingers, they moved independently, flexing and grasping at the grass. It walked on all fours, but those weren't animal limbs. They were like a person's arms and legs, distorted into something nightmarish. I let the curtain fall shut and backed away, trying not to scream. I was trembling so hard I could barely stand. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in the corner of my bed, facing the window, waiting for morning to come, convinced that if I closed my eyes, that thing would somehow get in. When the sun finally came up, I tried to convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Sleep deprivation, stress from the upcoming move, maybe my eyes playing tricks in the dark. But then I saw it. There was a handprint on my window, a greasy, dirty handprint with long, broken fingers pressed into the glass, and stuck to it were several coarse black hairs. I was on the second floor. Nothing could have reached my window from the ground, nothing human anyway. I screamed so loud, my mom and brother both came running. They saw the handprint too, but they didn't understand why I was so hysterical. My mom thought maybe some neighborhood kids had climbed up somehow as a prank. My brother suggested it might have been a raccoon, though we both knew raccoons don't have hands like that. I cleaned the window myself, wearing rubber gloves and trying not to vomit as I wiped away the greasy residue. It smelled awful, like something rotten and burnt at the same time. The black hairs were coarse and thick, not like human hair at all. I slept in my brother's room for the next few nights, making up excuses about a draft in my room. I couldn't bring myself to tell them what I'd actually seen. They'd think I was losing it. I never saw the goat thing in real life again, but that wasn't the end. It started appearing in my dreams. Not normal dreams, but the kind that feel more real than reality. The kind where you wake up and can still feel, smell, and taste everything from the dream. The kind where you're not sure if you were really asleep at all. In these dreams, I'd be going about normal activities when I'd suddenly feel watched. I'd turn around, and there it would be, standing in the distance, always watching me. Sometimes it would be on 2 legs instead of 4, standing almost like a person but not quite right, its body twisted and wrong. But those hands were always the same, long, broken fingers that looked painful and impossible. I finally moved back to my home state in September, and I thought maybe the distance would help. I moved in with my boyfriend in a small apartment in the city, no cornfields for miles. I started to feel safer. Then came the worst dream of all, about 2 months after I'd moved. In this dream, I was wearing old-fashioned clothes like something from Puritan times, long heavy skirt, white cap on my head, the whole Salem witch trial outfit. I was walking along a dirt path at night, carrying a lantern. Everything was foggy, and the air felt damp and cold against my skin. I could feel something watching me from the woods that lined the path. I knew what it was without having to look, but I couldn't stop myself from turning. There it was, at the edge of the trees, the goat thing. In this dream, I could see its eyes clearly for the first time. They weren't animal eyes. They were almost human, but wrong somehow, with rectangular pupils like a goat's, but set in what looked like human eye sockets. It just stood there, watching me, those horrible mangled hands gripping the trunk of a tree. It didn't move toward me, didn't make a sound, but somehow I understood it was waiting for me, that it had all the time in the world to wait. I turned and walked away, forcing myself not to run, feeling its gaze burning into my back. The fog grew thicker until I couldn't see more than a few feet ahead. The lantern light barely penetrated the mist. I kept walking faster and faster until I was practically jogging, the heavy skirts tangling around my legs. I remember thinking in the dream, it's following me. It's always been following me. I woke up to my boyfriend shaking me. He looked terrified. He said I'd been twitching violently in my sleep, my eyes moving rapidly under my eyelids, my body rigid and cold to the touch. When I finally woke up, I was freezing, like I'd actually been standing in that foggy field in the middle of the night. The most disturbing part, when I went to the bathroom, I found mud on the soles of my feet, real, actual mud, and 3 long black hairs on my pillow. I've moved twice since then. I never stay in one place too long anymore. The dreams come less frequently now, maybe once every few months instead of weekly, but they still come, and I still feel watched sometimes, especially at night. I've installed blackout curtains in every bedroom I've had since Minnesota. I never leave them open, not even a crack. I've researched folklore about black goats, demons, all kinds of supernatural entities. Nothing quite matches what I saw. Sometimes I convince myself it was all in my head, that the stress of moving triggered some kind of temporary psychosis. But then I remember those hands on my second-story window, and I know it was real. I don't know what it wants from me or why it chose me. I don't know if it's still out there waiting, watching. All I know is that sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I hear a sound like hooves or hands with broken fingers walking across a hard surface, and I pull my covers tighter and pretend I don't hear it, because acknowledging it makes it real, and I can't handle it being real anymore. Story 6. I never thought I'd share this. It's been 3 years, and I still get a knot in my stomach when I think about what happened. I'm not a superstitious person, and I don't go looking for paranormal explanations for things, but what I experienced while caring for my girlfriend in her final weeks haunts me to this day. I was 39 when it happened. My girlfriend had been battling cancer for almost 18 months, and things had taken a turn for the worse. The doctors had given her weeks, maybe a month at most. We decided she should spend her remaining time at home rather than in a hospital. Her parents came to stay with us to help with her care. They were amazing people who loved their daughter fiercely. Our apartment wasn't huge, so we had to make some adjustments. My girlfriend stayed in our bedroom with her mom, who slept on a cot next to the bed so she could help during the night. Her dad slept in the main room on an air mattress. I took the couch in the living room. Those weeks were, I don't even have words. Anyone who's watched someone they love deteriorate from cancer knows. The physical exhaustion from the constant care was nothing compared to the emotional toll. I was barely sleeping, maybe 3 or 4 hours a night, broken up into small chunks. When I did sleep, it was light and restless. One night, it was around 2 in the morning. I finally managed to fall into a deeper sleep after being up most of the night helping with medications and comfort care. What happened next still makes my skin crawl. I had this dream, but it wasn't like a normal dream. It felt different. Instead of experiencing it from my own perspective, I was seeing everything from outside my body, like I was floating above myself on the couch. From this viewpoint, I saw something enter our home. It was this entity. That's the only word I can use to describe it. It was completely black, not just dark-skinned or wearing black clothes, but like it was made of darkness itself. It was tall, maybe 7 feet, and hunched over slightly. It didn't walk normally. It moved in this spinning, swirling motion around our living room. In the dream, I was frozen. I couldn't move a muscle. I wanted to scream, to get up and chase it away, but I was completely paralyzed. All I could do was watch as this thing moved around our home. Then it noticed me. The entity stopped its spinning and slowly approached the couch where my body was sleeping. It leaned over me. I could see it from my floating perspective and began to smell me. That's what it felt like anyway. It moved from my feet up to my head, hovering just inches above my body, taking in my scent like a predator. When it reached my face, it stopped. Though it had no discernible features in its black form, I somehow knew it was staring directly at me. Not at my sleeping body, but at me, the consciousness watching from above. It knew I was there. That's when I woke up with a violent jolt. My heart pounding so hard, I thought it would burst from my chest. I was drenched in sweat despite the room being cool. My whole body was trembling. I sat up on the couch, trying to calm myself down. I kept telling myself it was just a nightmare, just my exhausted brain processing all the stress and grief. I checked my phone. It was around 3:15 in the morning. The apartment was silent, except for the low hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the building. My girlfriend's dad was sound asleep on the air mattress across the room, his breathing deep and regular. I was so tired. My eyes burned and my body ached for sleep, but I was terrified to close my eyes again. After about 20 minutes of sitting there, listening to every tiny sound in the apartment, I finally laid back down. I was desperately trying to rationalize what had happened. Sleep paralysis, I told myself. I'd read about it before. The stress, the exhaustion, the grief. It was the perfect storm for that kind of thing. Eventually, my exhaustion won out, and I closed my eyes, not really expecting to sleep, but hoping to at least rest. I wasn't asleep, I'm certain of that, but my eyes were closed, and I was trying to relax. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps on the hardwood floor, just a few feet from the couch. They were slow, measured steps. Thud, thud, thud. Like someone walking very carefully, trying not to make too much noise, but not quite succeeding. My eyes flew open, and I looked around the living room. There was nothing there. My girlfriend's dad was still asleep on his air mattress. The room was empty, except for the two of us. I told myself I was hearing things, that my tired brain was playing tricks on me. I closed my eyes again, and within seconds the footsteps returned. This time, they seemed to be moving around the couch. Thud, 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 moving from the far end of the couch toward where my head rested. I kept my eyes shut, too terrified to open them. The footsteps continued, now moving away from the couch and toward the hallway that led to our bedroom, where my girlfriend and her mother were sleeping. That was enough. I sat up quickly, my heart racing again. The apartment was still empty, still silent except for normal nighttime sounds. But I knew what I'd heard. Those footsteps were real, or at least they felt real to me. I couldn't stay there anymore. I got up as quietly as I could and went to the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face. My reflection in the mirror looked terrible, pale, with dark circles under my eyes. I looked like a ghost myself. After a few minutes in the bathroom, I decided to go check on my girlfriend. It was a convenient excuse to get away from the living room, but I also genuinely wanted to make sure she was okay. The thought of that black entity heading toward her bedroom made my stomach turn. I walked down the hallway, the same path those invisible footsteps had taken, and gently opened the bedroom door. My girlfriend was asleep, her breathing labored but steady. Her mom was dozing in the chair next to the bed. Everything seemed normal. I sat down in the other chair, the one we kept by the window, and decided to stay there for the rest of the night. I told myself it was to help with care if they needed me, but honestly I was just too scared to go back to the living room. I didn't sleep at all for the rest of the night. The next morning I didn't tell anyone what had happened. What would I say? That I had a nightmare about a black ghost, and then heard phantom footsteps. Everyone was already dealing with enough. My girlfriend needed every ounce of energy and positivity we could give her. The last thing she needed was me rambling about paranormal experiences. As the day went on, I started convincing myself that it had all been in my head. The exhaustion, the stress, the anticipatory grief, all of it had just caught up with me. I forced myself to focus on what mattered, caring for my girlfriend, making her comfortable, being present with her while I still could. But that night, I couldn't bring myself to sleep on the couch. I told everyone I wanted to stay in the bedroom to help with overnight care. No one questioned it. We were all doing whatever we could to help. For the next few weeks, I avoided sleeping in the living room whenever possible. I'd nap in the bedroom during the day when others were awake, or I'd stay up through the night and sleep for a few hours in the morning. It wasn't sustainable, but nothing about that time was. My girlfriend passed away 3 weeks later. She went peacefully, with all of us by her side. After the funeral, her parents went back to their home, and I was left alone in our apartment. Those first nights alone were terrifying. I slept with all the lights on, jumping at every sound, but nothing happened. No dreams, no footsteps, no sense of a presence in the home. As the weeks turned into months, I slowly stopped expecting something to happen. It's been 3 years now, and I haven't had any other paranormal experiences. Sometimes I wonder if what happened that night was real or just a product of my exhausted, grieving mind. But then I remember the absolute certainty I felt, the visceral fear when that entity stared at me, the undeniable sound of those footsteps circling the couch. Sometimes I think about what that entity might have been. Was it death itself, coming for my girlfriend? Was it some negative energy drawn to our home because of all the grief and pain concentrated there? Or was it something that had always been there, something I could only perceive when I was in that vulnerable state between wakefulness and sleep? I don't have answers. All I know is what I experienced, and it was real to me. The memory of it is as clear today as it was 3 years ago. The strangest part, though, is that after my girlfriend passed away, I never sensed that entity again. It's like once she was gone, it had no reason to be there anymore. I don't know what to make of that. I'm not sure I want to know. Story 7. I still get goosebumps thinking about that night in the summer of '86. My family and I were driving through Tennessee on I-40, heading to a cousin's wedding in Knoxville. It was me, my wife Cheryl, and our 2 kids in the back seat of our old Ford station wagon. You know how summer storms can get in the south, and this one was a monster. We'd left Memphis that morning, planning to make it all the way to Knoxville in one shot. Everything was going fine until we passed Nashville around 8 in the evening. That's when the sky just opened up. I've driven through some bad storms before, but this was something else entirely. The rain was coming down in sheets so thick I could barely see past the hood of the car. My knuckles were white from gripping the steering wheel, and every few seconds Lightning would flash and illuminate the road for a split second before plunging us back into darkness. The windshield wipers were going full blast, but might as well have been toothpicks for all the good they were doing. The kids were getting scared in the back, and honestly, so was I. Cheryl kept saying we needed to pull over, and I knew she was right, but the shoulder didn't seem safe with all the semis barreling past, their taillights disappearing into the wall of water ahead. "Next exit," I promised her. "We'll find a motel and wait this out." I was squinting through the windshield, trying to make out any exit signs, when I finally spotted one. I couldn't read what it said. The rain was too heavy. But at that point, I didn't care. Any exit was better than staying on that highway. I flipped on my turn signal, even though nobody could probably see it, and carefully navigated onto the exit ramp. The moment we left the interstate, something felt different. The rain seemed to ease up just a touch, and I could make out what looked like a gas station ahead on the right. It was lit up like a Christmas tree, the brightest thing for miles around. "Thank God," Cheryl said, and I remember nodding in agreement. The road leading to the gas station was weird, though. It started out paved, but within about 100 yards, it turned to gravel. I slowed down, concerned about the car, and then the gravel gave way to dirt tracks. By this point, alarm bells were going off in my head, but that gas station was still there, bright and inviting, and we were already committed. I pulled in and parked under the overhang by the pumps. The place looked too clean. I mean, it was the middle of nowhere during a massive thunderstorm, but this place was spotless. Not a speck of dirt anywhere. The white paint practically glowed. Even the concrete wasn't wet, despite the rain coming down just feet away. "I'll go in and ask about a motel nearby," I told Cheryl. "Maybe grab some snacks for the kids." She looked uneasy. "This place is strange, Don. Maybe we should try to get back to the highway." I wish I'd listened to her. God, I wish I had. Instead, I said, "Let's just check it out. We can't keep driving in this storm anyway." I pulled back onto that dirt road, intending to turn around in a wider spot and park properly at the gas station. That's when things went from strange to nightmare. About 50 yards past the station, the car's tires sank into mud, deep, thick, clay-like mud that hadn't been there when we drove in. I gunned the engine, but we just dug in deeper. After a few attempts, I knew we were stuck. "Shit," I muttered, trying not to let the kids hear my frustration. Cheryl gave me that look, the one that said, "I told you so," without having to speak the words. I grabbed my jacket from the back seat and prepared to make a run for the gas station. "I'll go get help. You guys stay here." The kids were whimpering now. My son Tommy asked if there were monsters outside. He was only 6. His sister Julie, 8 at the time, told him to shut up, but I could tell she was scared too. "No monsters," I assured them. "Just mud. I'll be right back." I stepped out into the rain and immediately sank ankle-deep into the mud. The storm had intensified again, and I was soaked through in seconds. As I slogged toward the gas station, I noticed something odd to my left. A large concrete storm drain, partially hidden in the overgrowth. It seemed out of place, too industrial for this remote area. What stuck with me was how the opening seemed to emit a faint glow, not bright enough to be a light, but like it was reflecting something from deep inside. I hurried past it, not wanting to look too closely. The mud was getting thicker, almost like it was trying to hold onto my shoes. By the time I reached the gas station, I was panting and covered in muck up to my knees. Stepping inside was like walking into another dimension. The fluorescent lights were so bright they hurt my eyes. The floor was polished linoleum in a black and white checkerboard pattern, not a scuff mark anywhere. There was a soda fountain against one wall, gleaming chrome and red vinyl stools. It looked like something out of a 50s movie set, not a rural Tennessee gas station. Behind the counter stood 2 young men, maybe in their early 20s. Both wore pressed white shirts, thin black ties, and had their hair slicked back with enough pomade to survive a hurricane. They were smiling, wide, unnatural smiles that didn't reach their eyes. "Welcome, welcome," the taller one said, his voice too enthusiastic, too rehearsed. "Got stuck in the mud, did you?" I froze. I hadn't said anything about being stuck. Yeah, I managed. "My car's about 50 yards down the road. Got any tow service you could call?" They looked at each other, and I swear something passed between them. Some message I wasn't supposed to understand. "Why, of course we do," the shorter one chirped. "We've got the best tow service in the county." He reached under the counter and pulled out a phone book. It looked brand new, the cover bright yellow with the name Hollowbrook Township printed across it. I'd never heard of Hollowbrook, and I'd studied the map pretty carefully before our trip. The attendant flipped it open to the yellow pages. There must have been dozens of pages listing nothing but tow truck companies, page after page after page. I remember thinking how strange it was that such a small place would need so many tow services. "I'll call Buddies," the taller one said, picking up a rotary phone. "They're the fastest." He dialed and had a brief conversation that I could barely hear. When he hung up, he announced, "They'll be here in 5 minutes or less. Guaranteed." It hadn't even been 30 seconds since he'd put down the phone when headlights swept across the front of the station. A pristine white tow truck pulled up, not a speck of mud on it, despite the dirt road and the downpour. The logo on the side said, "Buddies Towing," in red cursive letters. 2 men got out, both dressed exactly like the gas station attendants. White shirts, black bow ties, hair perfectly styled. They weren't wet. The rain seemed to avoid them somehow. "Heard you got stuck in the mud," the driver said, grinning the same too wide smile as the attendants. "Happens all the time. Road's tricky that way." I nodded dumbly and led them back to my car. The whole time, they kept up a constant stream of small talk, asking about our trip, where we were from, how long we planned to stay. They seemed disappointed when I mentioned we were just passing through. When we reached the car, I noticed something that made my skin crawl. The mud around our tires had formed perfect circles, like someone had drawn them with a compass. The rest of the ground was wet, but not muddy at all. Cheryl rolled down her window. "Thank God you're back," she whispered. "The kids are freaking out. There's something wrong with this place." The tow truck guys had the car out in minutes, working with an efficiency that seemed impossible in those conditions. As they were finishing up, the driver put a hand on my shoulder. His skin felt ice cold through my wet jacket. "You folks should stay the night at the motel," he said, pointing across the road, where I suddenly noticed a building I hadn't seen before. It was a single-story structure with a blinking neon sign that read "Sleep Tight Motel" in red letters. Every room door was painted bright blue, and despite the storm, all the curtains were open, showing identical, perfectly made beds with white linens. "We've got plenty of vacancies," the other tow truck man added. "Always do." The first one nodded enthusiastically. "You'll be our guests. No charge for the tow or the room." That's when I noticed they seemed agitated about something. The driver kept glancing at the wheels of my car. "You almost got out on your own," he said, his smile faltering for a moment. "Another few tries and you might have made it. That doesn't usually happen." His partner laughed, but it sounded hollow. "The mud usually holds tighter." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with my wet clothes. I thanked them, handed them $20, which they refused to take, and got back in the car. "We're getting out of here," I told Cheryl, my voice shaking. "Now." As I started the engine, both men placed their hands on the hood. "You really should stay at the motel," the driver insisted, his smile gone now. "It's not safe to drive in this storm, and the highway's so far away." I threw the car into reverse and backed up quickly. They stepped aside, but kept watching us, standing perfectly still in the rain that somehow wasn't touching them. As we pulled away, I saw all 4 of them. The 2 gas station attendants had come outside as well, standing in a row watching us leave. None of them moved. None of them blinked. They just stood there, smiling those empty smiles as we fishtailed back to the road. I found the on-ramp to I-40 and got us back on the highway, driving white-knuckled for another 20 minutes until we reached the next actual exit with a cluster of normal-looking motels and restaurants. We checked into a Holiday Inn and collapsed into bed, exhausted and shaken. The next morning the storm had cleared, and in the bright sunshine, the events of the night before seemed almost dreamlike. We might have convinced ourselves we'd imagined it all, except for the dried mud still caked on my shoes and pants. On our way back from Knoxville 3 days later, we decided to look for that exit again. The weather was perfect, clear blue skies and sunshine. Cheryl marked our map carefully, noting the exit numbers before and after where we thought the Phantom rest stop had been. But when we reached that stretch of highway, there was nothing there. No exit, no access road, nothing but unbroken guardrail and dense forest on both sides of the interstate. We even pulled over and checked the map again, thinking we'd miscalculated. We hadn't. That exit simply didn't exist. I've driven that stretch of I-40 dozens of times since then, in all kinds of weather. I've never found that exit again. I've researched Hollowbrook Township and found no record of such a place ever existing in Tennessee. Sometimes when it's raining hard and I'm driving at night, I find myself scanning the roadside for exits that shouldn't be there, feeling a mixture of dread and sick curiosity. Part of me wants to find it again, to prove I didn't imagine it all. But a bigger part is terrified of what might happen if I did find it again and couldn't get away a second time. I still wonder about that motel with its perfect blue doors and white linens. I wonder if other travelers have found that exit, pulled off the highway seeking shelter from the storm, and checked into the sleep-tight motel. And I wonder if they ever checked out. Story 8. I've never really talked about this before, except to a few close friends, but I need to get this off my chest. What happened when I was 12 still gives me chills when I think about it. My family went through a really tough time back then. My dad suffered a brain injury, and everything changed. He wasn't the same person anymore. His personality, his reactions, everything was different and unpredictable. It was like living with a stranger who looked like my dad. Some days he'd be almost normal, and others he'd get angry over nothing or just stare blankly like he wasn't there. We had to move from our home in New York to this apartment in Marietta, Georgia. I hated that place from the moment we got there. It felt wrong somehow, like the air was heavier. The apartment itself wasn't terrible, just a typical 2-bedroom place with beige walls and carpet that had seen better days. But something about it felt off from day one. About a week after moving in, I started noticing strange things. At first, it was just that feeling of being watched. You know when the hair on your neck stands up and you spin around expecting someone to be there? That happened constantly, but no one was ever there. I tried telling my mum, but she was so busy taking care of Dad and trying to keep our lives together that she just brushed it off as my imagination or stress from the move. One night I was having trouble sleeping again. I kept hearing these faint scratching noises coming from my closet. When I'd turn on the light, there was nothing there. My parents' room was bigger, and I felt safer there, so I started sneaking in and sleeping at the foot of their bed when I got too scared. My mum never said anything about it. I think she understood. That particular night, the night everything happened, my dad was having one of his better days. He'd even managed to make dinner, and we'd watch TV together almost like old times. I went to bed in my own room around 10, but woke up around midnight feeling like something was pressing on my chest. That's the only way I can describe it, this weight that made it hard to breathe. I grabbed my pillow and tiptoed to my parents' room. They were both asleep, so I quietly laid down at the foot of their bed, facing their walk-in closet. The door was partially open, and I could see inside where my mum's dresses made weird shapes in the darkness. I was almost asleep when something made me open my eyes again. The closet seemed darker than before, but not just dark. There was something in there that was somehow darker than the darkness around it. As my eyes adjusted, I could make out a shape, a figure, tall with really broad shoulders, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned trench coat and a hat, like those 1920s gangster hats you see in old movies. But the weirdest thing was that it had no feet. It just stopped at about ankle height. It was moving from side to side in this weird way, like it was swaying, then it would move forward, then back, like it was jumping but staying in the same general area. I remember thinking it reminded me of how people pace when they're waiting for something, except more jerky, unnatural. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I couldn't even blink. I just laid there, completely frozen, watching this shadow figure moving back and forth in my parents' closet. I kept telling myself it was just clothes hanging weird, or my eyes playing tricks in the dark, but I knew it wasn't. This thing was there, watching us. After what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute, it started moving closer to the closet door, and I finally snapped out of it. I scrambled up the bed and shook my dad's arm. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might burst out of my chest. Here's the thing about my dad after his injury. You never knew how he'd react to anything. Sometimes he'd get confused or angry for no reason. I was terrified of the shadow, but almost equally scared of how my dad might respond if I woke him up. I didn't even say anything. I was just shaking, trying to form words, when my dad sat up, looked right at the closet and said, "I know, I see it too." Those words still echo in my head sometimes. I know, I see it too. Not what's wrong, or what do you see? He saw it. It wasn't just in my head. My dad switched on the bedside lamp and the figure disappeared. My mum woke up confused and Dad just told her I had a nightmare. But later, when Mum went to make tea to help me calm down, Dad told me something that made everything so much worse. "I've seen it before," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Weeks before my accident. It was standing in our backyard in New York, watching the house. I thought I was just tired. The way he said it, so matter-of-fact, made my blood run cold. This thing had been following us, or maybe just following my dad, and somehow that made it even scarier, knowing it had been around longer than I realized. The next few nights, I refused to sleep alone. I camped out on the floor of my parents' room with all the lights on until I finally passed out from exhaustion. Dad seemed different after that night, more alert in some ways, more focused. He started reading a lot, mostly old books my grandma had given him years ago. A few days later, my aunt came to visit. I overheard her and my mum talking in the kitchen while I was supposed to be doing homework. My aunt was saying something about the family curse and how Grandpa had seen something similar before he died. My mum was getting upset, telling her to stop with the superstitious nonsense. I couldn't help myself. I walked right in and asked what they were talking about. The way they both jumped and looked guilty told me this was something important. My aunt was the one who finally explained. Apparently there's this thing some people in our family have experienced during really difficult times. A shadow figure that appears as a warning or maybe as a manifestation of all the bad stuff happening. Some relatives believed it was a guardian of sorts, while others thought it was something darker, feeding off our fear and pain. Mom was furious that my aunt told me this. She insisted it was just stories people made up to explain bad luck. But I knew what I'd seen, and apparently so had my dad. That night, I asked my dad if what my aunt said was true. He sat on the edge of my bed for a long time without saying anything. Finally, he told me that he didn't know what the shadow was, but he didn't think it was there to hurt us. Sometimes when everything's falling apart, we see things differently, he said. Maybe it's just a part of ourselves we don't understand. I didn't buy that explanation for a second. The shadow man wasn't some psychological manifestation. He was real. Dad had seen him too, but I could tell my dad was trying to process it in his own way, with a brain that didn't work quite right anymore. The shadow figure appeared one more time, about a week later. I was alone in the apartment after school. Mom was at work and Dad was at physical therapy. I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when I felt that familiar heaviness in the air. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't help it. There it was, at the end of the hallway, just standing there, not moving this time, just watching. I dropped everything and ran outside. I sat on the apartment steps for 2 hours until my mum came home, too terrified to go back inside. That night my dad did something strange. He got out this old Bible that had belonged to his father and started reading passages from Revelation out loud. His voice was stronger than it had been since his injury, and he read for nearly an hour. I didn't understand most of it, all that stuff about 7 seals and horsemen, but I remember how the words seemed to fill up every corner of the apartment, like they were pushing something out. After that night, I never saw the shadow figure again. Neither did my dad, as far as I know. We moved out of that apartment about 6 months later, when Dad started getting better and found a new job. We never really talked about what happened, but sometimes I'd catch my dad staring into empty corners like he was looking for something. It's been years now, and I still don't know what that thing was. Was it some kind of ghost, a manifestation of our family's pain? Some kind of warning? My aunt still believes it's tied to our family somehow, that it shows up during times of great suffering or change. The thing that scares me most, looking back, isn't just that I saw something impossible. It's that whatever I saw, it was there before my dad's accident, before everything fell apart, like it knew what was coming. Or maybe, and this thought still keeps me up sometimes, maybe it caused what happened to him. I've tried researching shadow people over the years. There are so many theories and similar encounters. Some say they're interdimensional beings, others claim they're manifestations of our own psychic energy. Some people even think they're connected to sleep paralysis, but I was wide awake every time. Whatever it was real. My dad saw it, I saw it, and for a brief, terrifying time, it was part of our lives during the darkest period my family ever went through. I still wonder sometimes if it's out there, waiting to appear again when things get bad. I hope I never find out. Story 9. I've never told anyone the full extent of what I'm about to share. Not my parents, not any therapist, believe me. I've seen a few, not even my closest friends. How could I? They'd think I'm completely unhinged. Maybe I am, but I need to get this off my chest because it's eating me alive. And I'm hoping that somewhere out there someone else has experienced this too. For as long as I can remember, I've had these dreams. Not your typical dreams with flying or showing up naked to school. These are different. They show me things that haven't happened yet, but eventually do, down to the smallest detail. I don't mean vague things like something bad will happen or you'll meet someone important. I mean exact moments, complete with specific words, faces I've never seen, and environments I've never been in. The first time I really understood what was happening was in 7th grade. I had this vivid dream where I was standing in a school hallway with these lockers painted this weird shade of blue-green. In the dream, I was talking to kids I didn't recognize, and one boy with a distinct cowlick and freckles across his nose laughed and said, "Run along like a fighting rabbit, will ya?" It was such a weird phrase that it stuck with me when I woke up. Fast forward about 2 years later, my family had moved to a new town, and I started at a new school as a freshman. On my first day, I walked down the main hallway and felt this weird tingle at the back of my neck. The lockers were that exact shade of blue-green from my dream. I brushed it off as coincidence. Then sophomore year rolled around. I was standing in that same hallway between classes, surrounded by kids who had become my classmates, but weren't exactly friends. The sun was streaming through these high windows, casting these long rectangles of light across the lockers. One of the boys laughed at something someone said. He had this cowlick and freckles across his nose that I somehow hadn't noticed before. My entire body went cold as I realized this was the moment. I knew, I absolutely knew, he was about to say that strange phrase. And sure enough, he looked at this smaller kid and said, word for word. Run along like a fighting rabbit, will you? I nearly passed out. It wasn't déjà vu. It was me witnessing something I had already seen 2 years before it happened. My heart felt like it was going to explode, and I couldn't move. Everyone kept talking like nothing had happened, but for me, the world had just tilted on its axis. After that, I started paying more attention to my dreams. Most were normal, forgettable stuff, but every few months, I'd have one of these crystal clear visions that would eventually come true. They were always about completely mundane moments in my life. Never anything useful like lottery numbers or disaster warnings, just these random snapshots from my future. One of these dreams haunted me for years. I was sitting across from a woman with dark curly hair and these really intense green eyes. I could see a half-eaten plate of fries between us in some kind of diner. She leaned forward and said, "I haven't told anyone yet, but I'm moving to Arizona." Her voice was so clear, her face so detailed, that I knew I'd meet her someday. After high school, I tried college for a while, but dropped out and got a job at Target. I was stocking shelves one morning when I looked up and literally felt my heart stop. There she was, the woman from my dream, wearing a red Target polo just like mine. Her name tag said Megan. I'm not usually the kind of person who easily makes friends, but with Megan, it was different. It felt like we'd known each other forever, and in a way, I guess I had. We started hanging out after shifts, then texting every night. We talked for hours about everything and nothing. For the first time, I felt like maybe these dreams were leading me to something good instead of just freaking me out. About 6 months after meeting her, we were at this little diner near her apartment. I was eating fries, and she had barely touched hers. The lighting was dim, the booth was red vinyl, and everything was exactly like my dream. She tucked a strand of that curly hair behind her ear, leaned forward and said, "I haven't told anyone yet." And before I could stop myself, I finished, "But you're moving to Arizona." The way her face changed is something I'll never forget. All the color drained away, and she pulled back like I'd physically struck her. "How did you know that?" she demanded. "How could you possibly know that? I haven't told anyone. I just got the job offer yesterday." I panicked. After keeping this secret for so long, I made the mistake of telling her the truth. I told her about the dream I'd had years before we met, how I'd seen this very conversation. I tried to explain that I'd experienced these things my whole life, that I didn't understand it either. She just stared at me for what felt like forever. Then she grabbed her purse, threw some money on the table and left. She blocked my number that night, changed her shifts at work, and 2 weeks later, she was gone. To Arizona, I assume. All because I couldn't keep my mouth shut. After losing Megan, I started researching what might be happening to me. I read about precognition and psychic abilities, but none of it felt right. These weren't predictions. They were memories of things that hadn't happened yet. It didn't make sense. Then last year, I came across an article about something called eternal return or eternal recurrence. It's this theory that suggests time isn't linear, but cyclical, that the universe and everything in it repeats in exactly the same way over and over for eternity. Some philosophers believe we live the exact same life, with the same choices and experiences infinitely. When I read that, I felt this cold, sick feeling in the pit of my stomach, because suddenly it made a terrible kind of sense. What if these aren't premonitions at all? What if they're memories bleeding through from previous loops of my life? Think about it. If I've lived this exact same life countless times before, maybe sometimes the barriers between loops get thin. Maybe these vivid dreams aren't glimpses of the future, but memories of past cycles where I've already lived through these moments. The thought makes me feel physically ill. It would mean I'm not living my life. I'm reciting it, like an actor who's performed the same play thousands of times, but is forced to forget between performances. Every conversation I have, every decision I think I'm making, every relationship I form, all of it predetermined, all of it repeated endlessly. What terrifies me most is that I seem to be becoming more aware of it with each loop. These bleed-throughs are happening more frequently now. Last month I was in a grocery store I'd never visited before, and I knew exactly which aisle contained the cereal I wanted. I knew the cashier would have a Band-Aid on her left thumb. I knew the total of my purchase would be $22.17 before she even started scanning. I've started testing it. Sometimes I'll deliberately try to change things when I recognize a moment from my dreams. I'll try to say something different or walk away or make any kind of choice that might break the pattern. But something always happens to force events back on track. I trip and fall into the conversation anyway. The person finds me later. A fire alarm goes off and herds everyone in the predetermined direction. It's like swimming against a current that's too strong. The universe wants things to play out exactly as they have before, as they always will. Last week, I had the most disturbing dream yet. I was sitting at this desk, the exact desk I'm sitting at now as I type this, writing these exact words. In the dream, I could see myself desperately trying to reach out to someone, anyone who might understand what's happening to me. I could feel my own frustration and fear as I typed. And then I woke up and realized I needed to write this post. The compulsion was overwhelming. I sat down at my desk and the words just started flowing, exactly as I dreamed them. I'm literally watching my fingers type the very sentences I already saw myself writing, which means I've done this before. I've reached out like this in previous loops, probably many times, and it never changes anything. I wonder now if anyone reading this has felt something similar. Do you ever have moments where you absolutely know what's going to happen next? Not just a feeling, but actual knowledge. Do you ever feel like you're just going through motions that were decided long ago? Or am I truly alone in this nightmare? The worst part isn't knowing that I'm trapped in this loop. It's knowing that in the next cycle, I'll forget all over again. I'll think these experiences are new and strange. I'll meet the same people and think it's for the first time. I'll fall for Megan again and lose her again. I'll eventually have the same revelation about eternal return and feel the same horror over and over and over. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear echoes, snippets of conversations I haven't had yet, laughter I haven't shared, tears I haven't cried, but I will, just as I have countless times before. And as I write these final words, I'm overwhelmed by the certainty that I've written them before, that someone, maybe you, has read them before, that all of this has happened exactly this way and will happen again. The loop continues. It always does. Story 10. I can't believe I'm finally writing this down after all these years. I've tried to bury this memory so deep that sometimes I convince myself it never happened. But it did. And I still get chills thinking about what we might have stumbled into that day. This happened back when I was 19. It was early summer, that weird time right after high school when you're not quite an adult, but definitely not a kid anymore. Me and my buddy Jake were hanging out with these two girls, Melissa and Amber. Melissa was sort of Jake's thing, and I was hoping something might happen with Amber. You know how it is at that age. You're basically a walking hormone. We were driving around in Jake's beat-up Jeep Cherokee with absolutely nothing to do. Our town wasn't exactly a hotspot for entertainment. We'd already hit up the mall, gotten food at the usual place, and were just cruising aimlessly, windows down, music up, trying to impress the girls with how cool and carefree we were. We should go somewhere different, Melissa suggested from the back seat. Something exciting. Jake glanced at her in the rearview mirror. Like what? That's when Amber mentioned the mountain just outside town. Everyone knew about it, but nobody really went there except hikers and the occasional hunter. There were all these old logging trails and abandoned structures from when the area was a major timber producer decades ago. I heard there's an old train depot up there, Amber said, leaning forward between the front seats. My brother went there once on a dare. I remember feeling this weird mix of interest and unease, but mostly I was just trying to seem brave in front of Amber. So I said, "Let's check it out." Jake took the next turn toward the mountain without hesitation. The paved road eventually turned to gravel, and then we found this unmarked dirt road that looked like it hadn't been used in years. The Jeep bounced and rattled as we climbed higher, branches scraping against the windows. After about 20 minutes of slow driving, the trees opened up into this massive clearing, and there it was, a large wooden structure that must have been the train depot. It was bigger than I expected, probably 2 or 3 stories tall, with peeling grey paint and boarded-up windows. A few smaller outbuildings were scattered nearby, all in various states of collapse. The place had this heavy silence that made the hair on my arms stand up, no birds chirping, no wind rustling through the trees, just quiet. "This place is creepy as hell," Jake said, parking about 50 yards from the main building. We all got out, and I remember the sound of our doors closing seemed unnaturally loud in that stillness. The girls huddled together, suddenly not looking so enthusiastic about their suggestion. "Bet you guys are too scared to go inside," Melissa said, but her voice had this nervous edge to it. Jake looked at me with that face guys make when they're about to do something stupid to impress a girl. "We're not scared, right?" And what could I say? "No way, we got this." The girls stayed by the Jeep while Jake and I approached the main building. Up close it was even more intimidating. The wooden steps to the entrance creaked under our weight, and I genuinely worried they might give way. The front door was hanging half off its hinges, swinging slightly even though there wasn't any breeze. "After you," Jake said, trying to sound casual. I stepped inside first and the smell hit me immediately. This mix of rot, dust, and something else I couldn't identify. The floorboards beneath our feet were soft and spongy in places, making this awful squishing sound with each step. Tiny particles floated in the beams of sunlight that managed to filter through the boarded windows and holes in the ceiling. "Watch where you're stepping," I warned Jake. "I think the floor might be rotten in spots." We moved cautiously through what must have been the main waiting area. There were remnants of benches bolted to the walls, a ticket counter covered in decades of dust, and graffiti from other visitors over the years. But something felt off about the place. Some of the dust patterns seemed disturbed, like someone had been there recently. "Check this out," Jake called from across the room. He was standing by a door that led to what looked like a basement. I joined him, and we both stared down a set of dark stairs. Jake pulled out his flip phone to use as a light. This was before smartphones with flashlights. The weak blue glow revealed about 3 steps down before the staircase disappeared into black water. Years of mountain snowmelt had flooded the basement, creating this stagnant pitch-black pool that reflected our faces when we leaned over to look. "That's a hard pass," I said, backing away from the door. The water had this oily sheen to it that made my stomach turn. "Let's check upstairs," Jake suggested, already moving toward another staircase that led to the second floor. These stairs were in slightly better condition, but they still groaned under our weight. I remember counting each step, focusing on that instead of the growing sense of dread building in my chest. 17 steps total. The second floor opened into a long hallway with 4 doors, 2 on each side. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust, except for a path down the middle of the hall where the dust had been disturbed. Recent footprints. I froze, grabbing Jake's arm. "Someone's been here." He nodded, suddenly serious. "Recently, too. We should have left right then." Every instinct was screaming at me to turn around, but 19-year-old me was more afraid of looking like a coward in front of Jake and the girls waiting outside. The first room we checked was empty, except for broken glass and cobwebs. Probably an office at some point, with brackets on the walls where shelves used to be. The second room was similar. Just dust and debris, nothing interesting. The third room had an old desk pushed against one wall and what looked like a rusted filing cabinet tipped over in the corner. Jake picked up a piece of paper from the floor, but it crumbled in his hands, and then we reached the fourth room. I'll never forget what we saw when Jake pushed that door open. The room was different from the others. It had clearly been used recently. There were 2 dirty mattresses on the floor, no sheets, both with dark brownish stains that couldn't be anything but dried blood. Not just small spots either, large irregular patches that made my heart race. Between the mattresses was a small camping lantern, the battery-powered kind, and there were 2 backpacks. One had been dumped out, its contents scattered across the floor. That's when I saw them. Women's underwear. Multiple pairs, different sizes, some of them with visible bloodstains, and these weren't old stains. Some looked fresh, maybe just days old. Food wrappers were littered around, potato chip bags, candy bar wrappers, and empty water bottles. Recent trash, not decades-old garbage. The other backpack was partially open, revealing men's clothing, a flannel shirt, jeans, socks bundled together. I felt my gut twist into a knot as the reality of what we were looking at sank in. This wasn't just some place where teenagers came to party or homeless people sought shelter. Something terrible had happened here, or was still happening. I turned to look at Jake and saw that all the color had drained from his face. Then I noticed Amber standing in the doorway behind us, her hand over her mouth, tears silently streaming down her face. She must have followed us up when we took too long. Melissa was right behind her, frozen in shock. "We need to leave," I whispered, suddenly terrified that whoever owned these things might return. Now. No one moved for what felt like forever. We all just stood there, paralyzed by the horror of what we were seeing. My mind was racing with awful possibilities. How many women did these underwear belong to? Were they still alive? Were the people who did this coming back soon? The building creaked, and we all jumped. It could have been the wind or the structure settling. But in that moment, it sounded like footsteps. "Listen," Jake hissed. We all went completely still, straining to hear any sound that might indicate someone else was in the building. The silence was suffocating. That's when I noticed the sun's angle had changed. Shadows were getting longer. It was late afternoon, and soon it would be dusk. The thought of being in this place after dark broke through my paralysis. "We need to go," I said again, this time more forcefully. "Now!" I grabbed Amber's hand and Jake took Melissa's. We moved as quietly as possible back down the hallway, avoiding the spots where the floorboards seemed weakest. Every step made some noise, and each creak sounded like a gunshot in the silence. The stairs were the worst part. Each one announced our descent with a groan that seemed designed to alert anyone nearby. I kept picturing someone waiting for us at the bottom, but we made it to the main floor without incident. The front entrance was just ahead, the fading daylight visible through the doorway. We were almost out when I heard it, a distinct sound that couldn't be explained away as the building settling. A door closing somewhere inside the depot. We all heard it. We didn't speak, didn't look back, just bolted for the exit. We sprinted across the clearing to Jake's Jeep, piling in as he fumbled with the keys. The engine roared to life, and he threw it into reverse, then spun the wheel to turn us around on the dirt road. As we pulled away, I looked back at the depot. I swear I saw movement in one of the upper windows, just a shadow passing by. It could have been my imagination, fueled by adrenaline and fear, but I don't think it was. We drove down that mountain at breakneck speed, nobody saying a word. The girls were crying quietly in the back seat. Jake's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. I kept checking the side mirror, convinced someone was following us. When we finally reached pavement again, Jake pulled over. We all just sat there, trying to process what we'd seen. "Should we call the police?" Melissa finally asked, her voice barely audible. "We should have. God, we should have." But we were terrified, confused teenagers. What if they didn't believe us? What if whoever was using that room found out we reported them? What if we got in trouble for trespassing? So we made a decision I still regret to this day. We said nothing. We drove back to town in silence and dropped the girls off. We promised to talk about it tomorrow, but we never did. Not really. We avoided each other for weeks afterward, as if not seeing each other would somehow erase the memory. It was years later at a mutual friend's wedding when Jake and I finally talked about it. We were both a little drunk, standing outside the reception venue. "Do you ever think about that day at the depot?" he asked out of nowhere. I nodded, feeling that same chill run down my spine. All the time. "Me too," he said. "I still wonder if we should have called someone." We both fell silent, carrying the weight of what might have happened to those women and what might have happened to us if we'd arrived just a bit later. I've looked through missing persons reports from that area over the years. There are too many possibilities, too many women who vanished without a trace. I'll never know if what we found was connected to any of them. Sometimes I think about going back, now that I'm older. But even typing these words makes my hands shake. Whatever evil we glimpsed that day, I hope it's long gone. But I know one thing for certain. I'll never set foot in that train depot again. Story 11. I never really believed in all that spiritual mumbo-jumbo before. Not really. I mean, I'd joke about Mercury retrograde when I'd miss the bus or something, but I didn't think burning some dried plant could actually change anything in my life. Boy, was I wrong. This all happened about 3 months ago, in November. I'd been feeling, I don't know how to describe it exactly. Not depressed, but just off. Like there was this constant weight on my shoulders that I couldn't shake. My apartment in Vancouver had started to feel weird too. Not haunted or anything dramatic like that. Just heavy, like the air was thick. I'd walk in after work and immediately feel exhausted. My friend Melissa is into all that spiritual stuff. Crystals, tarot cards, the works. When I mentioned how my place felt off, she immediately reached into her bag and handed me a bundle of dried herbs. "It's sage," she said, "but like proper sage for cleansing. Some people call it sorge. It's what indigenous people have used for centuries to clear negative energy." I must have looked skeptical because she added, "Just try it. What's the worst that could happen?" So the bundle sat on my counter for about 2 weeks. I'd look at it while making coffee in the morning, thinking I should probably give it a try, but never quite getting around to it. Then one Saturday, I woke up feeling particularly shitty. The sky was grey. I'd had weird dreams all night, and my apartment felt especially oppressive. "Fine," I muttered to myself. "Let's sage this place." I should mention I had absolutely no idea what I was doing. I'd seen people wave smoking bundles of herbs around in movies, but that was the extent of my knowledge. I didn't bother looking up how to do it properly because, honestly, I didn't think it would do anything. I just needed to feel like I was taking some kind of action. I grabbed the sage bundle and a lighter from my kitchen drawer. It took a few tries to get it lit. The thing didn't want to catch fire easily. Finally, it started smoking, giving off this strong herbal smell that wasn't unpleasant, just potent. I remembered Melissa saying something about opening windows to let the bad energy escape, so I opened my apartment door instead. I live on the 3rd floor of a secure building, so it seemed safe enough. Plus, I didn't want my neighbors thinking I was smoking weed or something if they smelled it coming through the windows. Walking through my 1-bedroom apartment, I waved the smoking bundle around, focusing on corners where Melissa had said, "Energy gets stuck." I felt ridiculous, but I committed to it. The smoke was getting pretty thick, making my eyes water a bit, but I kept going. And here's where I really went off script. I started making up these pseudo-religious phrases as I walked around. Nothing specific to any religion, just things that sounded spiritual to my completely uninformed mind. "Begone, negative energies," I said, feeling like an absolute idiot. "Leave this dwelling and never return. I cleanse this space with sacred smoke. All spirits must leave now." I even threw in some made-up Latin-sounding words for good measure. "Spiritus departus, negativus energius disappearus." Yeah, I know, ridiculous. But I was alone, and it made me feel less stupid about the whole thing, like I was playing a role in a movie rather than actually believing in what I was doing. I spent about 20 minutes going through every room, waving the smoking sage around, saying my made-up incantations and feeling increasingly lightheaded from the smoke. When I was done, I ran the sage bundle under water in the kitchen sink to put it out completely and left my door open for another 30 minutes to air the place out. Honestly, I didn't feel any different afterward. Maybe a little calmer, but that could have been from focusing on something other than my problems for a while. I shrugged it off, closed my door, and went about my weekend. Then, exactly 2 days later, everything went to hell. I woke up around 4 in the morning feeling wrong. My skin was hypersensitive, like every nerve ending was exposed. I was sweating, but also freezing cold. I kicked off my blankets, then grabbed them back seconds later, shivering violently. I stumbled to the bathroom, barely making it before vomiting so hard I thought I'd turn inside out. When I tried to stand afterward, my legs buckled beneath me. I crawled back to bed and grabbed my phone to call my mom, who lives about 20 minutes away. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial, and when she answered, my voice was barely recognizable. "Mom," I managed to croak out. "Something's wrong. Really wrong." She said she'd be right over, but by the time she got to my apartment using the spare key I'd given her, I'd deteriorated even further. My clothes were soaked through with sweat, but I was shivering uncontrollably. I couldn't stand without support. I'd vomited 2 more times, the last time just bringing up bile since my stomach was empty. My mum took one look at me and called an ambulance. I remember snippets of the paramedics arriving, asking me questions I couldn't focus enough to answer. They took my temperature, 103.8. They put me on a stretcher because I couldn't walk. The ride to the hospital is mostly a blur. I remember the ceiling of the ambulance, the feeling of an IV being inserted into my arm, the paramedic asking me if I'd taken any drugs or been anywhere unusual recently. "Just sage," I remember mumbling. Burned sage. The emergency room was a carousel of doctors and nurses, blood draws and questions. They put me in a room quickly, I think because they were worried I had something contagious. I heard words like infection and toxicity screening being tossed around. The next few days were a haze of tests and more tests. Blood work, urine tests, spinal tap, which was as awful as it sounds, CT scan, the works. I'd never been so thoroughly examined in my life. My mom stayed with me almost constantly, looking increasingly worried as each test came back normal. That was the thing that freaked everyone out, including me once I was lucid enough to understand. There was nothing wrong with me. Nothing they could find anyway. No infection, no virus, no bacteria. My white blood cell count was elevated, indicating my body was fighting something, but they couldn't identify what that something was. The fever gradually subsided over 3 days. The vomiting stopped after the first 24 hours. By day 4, I could stand again, though I felt as weak as a newborn kitten. By day 6, they were talking about discharging me since all my vitals had stabilized and they couldn't find anything to treat. Sometimes the body fights off whatever was attacking it before we can identify it, the doctor told me. You're young and otherwise healthy. Your immune system did its job. But I couldn't shake the timing. I'd burned the sage, spouted off a bunch of made-up commands for spirits to leave, and then become violently ill 2 days later. It seemed like too much of a coincidence. I didn't share these thoughts with the doctors, of course. I wasn't looking to get a psychiatric evaluation on top of everything else, but as I recovered in the hospital bed, I had plenty of time to think about it. The strangest part came during the week after I was discharged. As I regained my strength, I noticed something odd. I felt lighter. Not physically, though I had lost a few pounds from the ordeal, but emotionally. That persistent heaviness I'd been carrying since summer, gone. I woke up actually looking forward to the day. Colors seemed brighter, food tasted better, music felt more moving. I hadn't felt this good since before July. It was like someone had lifted a grey filter from my perception of the world, and my apartment, it felt completely different. Welcoming, peaceful. The air seemed clearer somehow. I called Melissa about 2 weeks after the hospital stay and cautiously told her what had happened. I expected her to laugh at my amateur sage-burning attempt, but she got very quiet instead. "You opened your door to let spirits out," she finally said, "and you commanded them to leave." "Yeah, but I was just making stuff up," I replied. It wasn't real. "Intent matters more than words," she said, "and getting that sick afterward, it's not unheard of. When heavy energy leaves, sometimes it takes a toll on the body." I still don't know what to believe. The rational part of my mind says I probably caught some weird virus that the tests didn't catch. Maybe I was already incubating it when I decided to burn the sage, and the timing was just coincidence. But then I look at how dramatically my mental state has improved, how different my apartment feels, how much more peaceful and content I've been since recovering. Could burning some dried herbs and speaking made-up commands actually have purged negative energy or entities from my home? And if so, was my illness the physical manifestation of that purge? I don't have answers. The doctors certainly don't. But sometimes I look at that remaining sage bundle on my shelf and wonder if I accidentally stumbled into something real, something beyond scientific understanding. And honestly, that possibility is both comforting and terrifying. All I know for sure is that I'm happier now than I've been in months, and it all started with that ridiculous sage-burning ritual and the hellish illness that followed. Story 12. I still feel sick thinking about what happened back in January. It's been months now, but I can't shake it off. I've never been into the whole paranormal scene before this, though my younger sister has always been fascinated by that stuff. But after my ex-boyfriend took his own life last year, I guess I was desperate for something, closure, a sign. I don't even know anymore. My ex and I had lived together for almost 2 years before things went south. We broke up, I moved out, and 3 months later he was gone. I found out through a mutual friend. He did it in the house we used to share, the same house where we'd laughed, fought, loved, and planned a future. That detail haunted me more than anything else. My sister suggested the Ouija board. She'd just turned 15 and was going through that phase where the occult seems exciting rather than terrifying. I initially laughed it off, but the idea stuck with me. What if I could talk to him one last time? What if I could ask why? What if I could tell him I was sorry for leaving? So I agreed. We went to his old house, our old house, where his roommate still lived. He was away for the weekend and had given me a key, saying I could pick up some things I'd left behind. My sister brought the board she'd gotten for Christmas. I remember feeling ridiculous about the whole thing, but also desperate and sad and willing to try anything. We set everything up just right. My sister was insistent that we follow all the rules she'd researched online. We turned off all the lights and lit these small white candles around the living room. She even brought sage to cleanse the space, which made the whole house smell like a weird incense shop. We sat on the floor with the board between us, and she walked me through how to use it. Never take your fingers off the planchette, always say goodbye, don't ask when you're going to die, all that stuff people warn about. The first few minutes, nothing happened, just our fingers on that plastic pointer, waiting. I was about to suggest we give up when the planchette started to move. Slowly at first, like it was warming up. My sister's eyes got huge, and I immediately accused her of pushing it. "I swear I'm not," she whispered, and something in her voice made me believe her. The planchette circled the board once, twice, and then moved to hello. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. My sister asked who we were speaking with, and the planchette spelled out M-A-M-A. "Mama?" my sister questioned. "Who are you? Do you know my ex's name?" The planchette moved to yes. I finally found my voice. "Where is he? Can we speak to him?" The pointer circled the board again, faster this time before stopping. Then it started moving with purpose. H-E-R-E. Is that you? I asked, my voice cracking. Is that really you? The planchette moved to no and then spelled out M-A-M-A again. We asked more questions about my ex, but the answers were vague. Then suddenly the planchette moved differently, more erratic, more urgent, and spelled out I-T-S-M-E. My sister looked at me, confused. Who's me? The planchette spelled my ex's name. I felt like I couldn't breathe. How do we know it's really you? I asked. The planchette spelled out I-L-O-V-E-Y-O-U and then X-D. That hit me like a truck. My ex always used XD in his texts. It was this stupid laughing face he'd never grown out of using. I'd teased him about it constantly. No one else would know to use that. My sister looked at me wide-eyed. Is that something he would say? I nodded, unable to speak. Then the planchette moved again. M-A-M-A-E-V-I-L. What does that mean? My sister asked. Who's Mama? The planchette spelled out D-A-N-G-E-R and then C-O-M-E-T-O-M-O-R-R-O-W. Then it moved to goodbye before we could ask anything else. My sister was shaking. We have to say goodbye too, she insisted. So we did, following her rules about proper closure. We sat in silence afterward, the candles flickering around us. My hands were trembling so badly I had to sit on them. We shouldn't come back tomorrow, my sister said, but her voice betrayed her excitement. I know, I agreed, but we both knew we would. The next day felt endless. I couldn't focus on anything. Not work, not eating, nothing. All I could think about was the board and what had happened. I kept telling myself it was just my sister moving the planchette, or maybe some subconscious thing, or maybe the power of suggestion. But deep down, I didn't believe any of that. We went back after dark. Same setup, lights off, candles, sage. My ex's roommate's dog was there this time. He'd come home briefly and asked if we could watch his dog while he ran some errands. The dog seemed agitated from the moment we set up the board, pacing and whining. This time, the planchette moved almost immediately, circling the board before we'd even properly placed our fingers on it. "Hello?" my sister called out. "Are you there?" The planchette zoomed to yes. "Is this Mama?" I asked cautiously. The planchette moved so violently to yes that our fingers almost slipped off. It felt like it was being pulled by something much stronger than either of us. "Is my ex's name here too?" my sister asked. The planchette spelled N-O and then O-N-L-Y-M-A-M-A. I felt cold all over. "We want to talk to him, not you." The planchette didn't move for several seconds. Then it started spelling something new. H-E-L-I-E-D. "What do you mean?" my sister asked. The dog started barking then, facing the corner of the room where there was nothing but shadow. The planchette spelled N-O-T-H-I-M and then M-A-M-A over and over, moving faster each time. It was pulling so hard toward my sister that I had to press down to keep it from flying off the board. "Stop it," I said, trying to sound firm despite my racing heart. "We want to speak to my ex's name." The planchette suddenly stopped, then slowly spelled out I-T-S-M-E. "Is that you?" I whispered, hoping against hope. "Y-E-S," came the reply, followed by M-I-S-S-Y-O-U. Something felt off. "If it's really you, tell me something only you would know. What did you give me for my 21st birthday?" The planchette circled the board, moving from letter to letter without spelling anything coherent. Just random movements. "You don't know, do you?" I challenged. "Because you're not him." The planchette froze, then suddenly started zooming between numbers. 6669666, so fast our fingers could barely keep up. The dog was going crazy now, barking and growling at the empty space behind us. The candles flickered wildly, though there was no draft. "Where are you?" my sister asked, her voice shaking. The planchette spelled out B-E-H-I-N-D-Y-O-U. I refused to look. I couldn't. My sister did, though, and let out a small gasp. "There's nothing there," she said, but her voice was higher than normal. "I think we should say goodbye now," I said firmly. The planchette immediately moved to no. "We need to end the session," my sister insisted. "Goodbye." "No," again, faster and more forceful. "We're saying goodbye now," I said, trying to guide the planchette toward goodbye. It resisted, pulling away from the word and spelling out Noleave. The plastic felt hot under my fingers, like it had been sitting in the sun. "Goodbye," my sister repeated more forcefully. The planchette started moving in tight, angry circles, spelling out MAMA again and again. It seemed particularly drawn to my sister, tugging toward her so hard that at one point it actually jumped off the board and skidded across the floor toward her. We both screamed. The dog was now howling, a sound I'd never heard him make before. The candles all went out at once, plunging us into darkness. "Goodbye," I shouted into the dark. "We're done. Goodbye." I fumbled for my phone to use as a light. When I turned it on, the planchette was back on the board, pointed at goodbye. Neither of us had touched it. We packed up the board in silence, hands shaking. I felt physically ill, nauseous and dizzy and cold all over. My sister looked pale and kept rubbing her arms like she was trying to warm up. "We're never doing that again," I said as we left, the dog still agitated and barking at shadows. "Never," she agreed. But that night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the board, about Mama, about whether we'd actually contacted my ex or something pretending to be him. I felt simultaneously terrified and drawn to the experience, like I needed to go back, needed to try again. The next morning, my sister called me, panicking. She'd woken up with bruises on her arms, 5 distinct marks on each arm like fingerprints, right where someone might grab you to pull you closer. I told her to take pictures, but when she did, they just looked like regular bruises, nothing distinctive, nothing that couldn't be explained away by bumping into something. But she swore they weren't there when she went to bed. It's been months now, and we've never touched that board again. My sister threw hers away, and I made her promise never to get another one. The strange thing is, despite how terrifying it was, despite knowing deep down that whatever we contacted wasn't my ex, I still feel this weird pull to try again, like something's calling me back. Sometimes I'll wake up at 3 in the morning with the overwhelming urge to find a Ouija board. I haven't given in, I won't, but the urge is still there, and that scares me more than anything that happened that night. Whatever was on the other side of that board, Mama or something else, it's still out there. And sometimes, in the darkest hours of the night, I swear I can hear something scratching at my window, trying to get in. Story 13. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened that day. It's been almost 20 years, but the memory is still as clear as if it happened yesterday. I was 11 years old, attending middle school in Toulouse. Nothing special about that day, just an ordinary Thursday in June. Hot and sunny like most summer days in southern France. Mom picked me up from school in her Renault Twingo Jungle, that weird green color that was so popular back then. I remember complaining about how hot it was in the car, even with the windows down. The vinyl seats were practically burning through my uniform pants, and I kept shifting around trying to find a cooler spot. We didn't have air conditioning. Not many people did in their cars back then, so the passenger window was rolled all the way down to catch whatever breeze we could. The drive home was completely normal. Mom was asking about my day. I was mumbling responses while flipping through my geography notebook, checking if I'd written down all the homework. We lived about 15 minutes from school in a quiet residential area. Rows of connected houses with small front gardens, nothing fancy. Narrow streets with pedestrian paths running alongside them. When we pulled up in front of our house, Mom parked on the side of the road as usual. I remember she turned off the engine, and we both sat there for a moment. I was gathering my backpack and lunchbox from the floor, and Mom was checking something in her purse, probably looking for the house keys. That's when we heard it, the distinct sound of high heels clicking on the concrete path right next to our car. Click, clack, click, clack. The sound was crystal clear, that unmistakable sharp tap of spiked heels striking the pavement. It wasn't just a single tap or a random noise. It was a sequence of footsteps moving along the path beside us. I automatically looked up, expecting to see a woman walking past, but there was nobody there. The footsteps continued. Click-clack, click-clack, moving at a steady pace, passing right by my open window. I could pinpoint exactly where each step landed on the ground, about a meter away from the car, exactly where the pedestrian path was. The sound was moving forward, from the back of the car toward the front, as if someone was walking past us. But there was absolutely no one there. I froze with my backpack half lifted off the floor. I remember feeling a cold sensation wash over me despite the summer heat. Mom and I turned to look at each other at exactly the same moment. Her eyes were wide, eyebrows raised in silent question. I'll never forget the expression on her face, a mixture of confusion and unease that mirrored exactly what I was feeling. The footsteps continued for maybe 5 or 6 more steps, moving away from us down the path, and then faded out naturally, exactly as they would if someone had walked away. Not an abrupt stop, but a gradual diminishing of sound with distance. For several seconds, neither of us moved or said anything. The silence after those footsteps seemed unnaturally heavy. "Did you hear that?" Mum finally whispered, still not taking her eyes off me. I nodded, unable to speak for a moment. My throat felt dry. "Was that footsteps?" she asked, glancing out her window toward the empty path. "Like high heels," I managed to say. "Really loud high heels." We both looked around, scanning the street, the path, the neighboring yards. There was nobody in sight. No woman in heels walking away in the distance. No one who could have made those sounds. Mom opened her door and got out of the car. I followed her, still clutching my backpack to my chest like some kind of shield. We stood there on the pavement, looking up and down the street. The neighborhood was quiet, a few parked cars, closed front doors, a cat sunning itself on a garden wall about 3 houses down, but no people, definitely no woman in high heels. Maybe it was coming from somewhere else, Mom suggested, but her voice lacked conviction. We both knew exactly where the sound had come from. It wasn't distant or muffled or echoing from around a corner. It was right there, on the path, moving past our car. Mom walked over to the exact spot where we'd heard the footsteps and looked down at the pavement, as if expecting to see footprints. Of course, there was nothing there, just sun-baked concrete with a few cracks where weeds were poking through. We went inside after that, both of us a bit shaken. I remember Mum checking all the rooms when we got in, something she never usually did. That night, I had trouble falling asleep, straining my ears for any unusual sounds. We didn't talk much about it afterward, maybe once or twice in the following days, trying to come up with logical explanations. Maybe it was the car making weird noises as it cooled down. But cars don't make sounds that move along a path. Maybe someone was walking on the other side of the hedge that separated our neighbor's yard from the street. But the sound was clearly on our side, on the open path. Eventually, we stopped bringing it up. Life went on. I grew up, moved out for university, and later settled in Bordeaux for work. The incident became one of those odd childhood memories that you occasionally remember and wonder about. Then, about a year ago, when I was 30, I was back home for a family dinner. My aunt and uncle were visiting, and we were all sitting around the table after dessert, drinking coffee and talking about random things. Somehow, the conversation drifted to strange experiences, and my uncle was telling a story about getting lost while hiking and feeling like someone was following him. That's when Mom suddenly said, "Speaking of strange things, do you remember that day when we heard the invisible woman walking past our car?" I nearly choked on my coffee. She hadn't mentioned that incident in almost 2 decades. "Wait, you remember that too?" I asked, stunned that she'd brought it up. "Of course I do," she said, looking surprised by my reaction. "How could I forget? It was the strangest thing I've ever experienced." My aunt and uncle looked confused, so Mom explained what had happened that day, the invisible footsteps, the sound of high heels clicking on the pavement, how we'd both heard it clearly but seen nobody. As she described it, I realized her memory matched mine exactly. The same details, the same sequence of events. I always wondered if I'd imagined it, or exaggerated it somehow in my memory, I admitted. Or if maybe it was just something I'd dreamed. Mom shook her head firmly. "No, it definitely happened. I've thought about it many times over the years. This confirmation hit me harder than I expected. All this time, I'd half convinced myself that maybe it wasn't such a big deal, that maybe there was some simple explanation I was overlooking, or that perhaps my child's imagination had transformed an ordinary event into something mysterious. But here was my mother 20 years later, validating every detail. Over the years, I'd come up with various possible explanations. Maybe it was the car's shock absorbers or some other part dilating in the heat after we turned off the engine. But that couldn't explain the clear movement of the sound along the path, the distinct rhythm of footsteps, or the specific sound of high heels striking concrete. Could it have been an auditory hallucination that somehow both of us experienced simultaneously? That seemed even less likely than a ghost. What makes it even more puzzling is that there was no obvious reason for such an experience. Our house wasn't built on an ancient burial ground or the site of some tragic event. The neighborhood was relatively new, constructed in the 80s. There were no local legends about ghostly women or haunted paths that I've ever heard of. I've looked into sound phenomena since then, trying to find scientific explanations. I've read about acoustic mirages and how certain atmospheric conditions can carry sounds from far away, making them seem closer than they are. But this doesn't explain why we both heard the exact same thing, with the same clarity and detail, while sitting in the same spot. What's strangest to me is how ordinary it was in a way. It wasn't a dramatic manifestation with wailing or chains rattling or any of the stuff you see in horror movies. Just footsteps. Normal, everyday footsteps of a woman in high heels walking down a path. Except there was no woman. Sometimes I wonder about her, this invisible walker. Who was she? Where was she going in such nice shoes? Was she somehow connected to that place, that street, that patch of concrete? Was she even aware of us sitting there in the car, hearing her pass by? I've been back to visit that house many times since moving out, and I've never heard those footsteps again. I've even deliberately sat in parked cars on that street, windows down, listening. Nothing. Whatever happened that day never repeated itself, at least not when I was there. My mother still lives in that house, and she's never reported hearing anything similar again either. It was a one-time thing, a brief moment when something inexplicable crossed our path, or rather, when we crossed its path. That's what haunts me the most about it, I think. Not the fear. It wasn't really scary at the time, just deeply confusing. What haunts me is the randomness of it. Why that day? Why us? And why have those phantom footsteps never returned? I don't expect to ever have answers. Some experiences just defy explanation. But I know what I heard that day, and I know my mother heard it too. Those invisible footsteps on the path beside our car were as real as anything I've ever experienced, even if there was nobody there to make them. And every time I hear the click-clack of high heels on pavement, I can't help but look up quickly, half expecting to see empty space where a person should be. Story 14. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened to me 7 years ago. I was 16 in 11th grade and living in my parents' house out in a rural area. We were pretty isolated. The nearest neighbors were about half a mile down the road. This wasn't usually a problem. but after what I experienced, I started to hate how alone our house was. It was a Tuesday night in October. Nothing unusual had happened that day. Just school, homework, dinner with my parents, then bed around 11. I remember being exhausted because we'd had a major physics test that day and I'd stayed up late studying the night before. When I went to bed, I fell asleep almost instantly. I'm not sure what woke me up. It wasn't a noise exactly. It was more like a feeling. You know when you can sense someone looking at you? It was like that, but way more intense. My eyes snapped open, and the first thing I noticed was that my bedroom was bathed in this weird green light. Not the soft green of a nightlight, or even the harsh green of those old computer screens. This was something different. A sickly, almost radioactive shade that made everything in my room look alien. For a few seconds, I just lay there, completely disoriented. Was I dreaming? Had I left my computer on? Did someone outside have a weird flashlight? My brain was scrambling to make sense of what was happening. The light seemed directional, like it was being pointed at me from somewhere. I sat up slowly, my heart already starting to pound in my chest. That's when I realized the green light was coming from my bedroom doorway, which was half open. I always slept with my door completely closed, so this was the first red flag. I squinted toward the door, and that's when I saw it. Standing in the doorway, peering in at me, was something. I say something because calling it a person would be a lie. It looked vaguely human-shaped, but wrong in every possible way. It was tall, unnaturally tall. Its head almost reached the top of my doorframe, which must be at least 7 feet. At first glance, it resembled a woman with long, wild hair, but as my eyes adjusted, I could see more details that sent ice through my veins. Its skin, God, its skin wasn't skin at all. It looked exactly like tree bark, rough, ridged and grayish-brown, not like makeup or a costume, but as if that's what it was actually made of. The texture was all wrong for anything human, and thin. It was impossibly thin, like a tree that had been stretched upward. But the worst part, the absolute worst part, was its eyes. The green light I'd noticed was coming directly from them. They weren't reflecting light. They were the source. One glowing eye was visible at first as it peered around the edge of my door, and it was locked directly on me. The glow wasn't like a flashlight. It was more like bioluminescence. It pulsated slightly, getting brighter and dimmer in a rhythm that reminded me of breathing. I was completely frozen, unable to process what I was seeing. As I watched, paralyzed with fear, it slowly began to move. One arm, much longer than any human arm should be, crept around the doorframe. Its fingers were elongated into what I can only describe as claws, not sharp like knives, but gnarled and twisted like the roots of an ancient tree. The hand moved along my wall in this strange, cautious way, like it was testing if it was allowed to come in. I think I made a sound then, maybe a whimper or gasp, because suddenly it realized I was watching it. Everything changed in that instant. It pushed the door further open and revealed its full face, and I swear my heart nearly stopped. Its mouth opened, wider than any human mouth could open, revealing nothing but empty blackness inside. No teeth, no tongue, just a void that seemed to absorb the light around it, and then it screamed. I've heard a lot of screams in my life, in horror movies, at amusement parks when people get hurt, but nothing has ever come close to what I heard that night. It started like a woman's scream, high-pitched and agonized, but underneath was this deep, guttural tone that didn't sound like it could come from anything living. The two sounds happened simultaneously, like two beings screaming from the same body. The sound vibrated through my room, through my body, making my teeth hurt and my skull feel like it was going to crack open. As it screamed, its hair, or what looked like hair, began to float upward, defying gravity as if it was underwater or about to be struck by lightning. Both arms raised now, those twisted claw hands reaching toward the ceiling, making it look even taller and more unnatural. Self-preservation finally kicked in. I dove under my covers like a little kid, pulling them over my head and curling into a ball. My whole body was shaking so hard the bed was moving. I could still hear that awful scream, but thankfully it started to sound more distant, as if whatever this thing was, it was moving away from my room. The screaming continued for what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds or so. Then it faded until I couldn't hear it anymore. I stayed under those covers, barely breathing, for what must have been at least 20 minutes. The fear was so intense I actually felt nauseous, like I might throw up right there in my bed. Eventually I gathered what little courage I had and peeked out from under my blanket. The green light was gone. My room was back to its normal darkness, with just the faint moonlight coming through my window. My door was still half open, exactly as it had been when the thing was there. I wanted to call for my parents, but my voice wouldn't work. My throat felt like it was sealed shut with fear. I couldn't make myself get out of bed to close the door either. The thought of crossing my room and touching that doorknob made me physically ill, so I just lay there, wide awake, staring at the open doorway until morning light finally started to seep in around 6 a.m. When my alarm went off at 6:30, I nearly jumped out of my skin. I hadn't slept a wink after what happened. My parents noticed how exhausted I looked at breakfast, but I couldn't tell them what I'd seen. How do you explain something like that without sounding completely insane? I just said I'd had nightmares, which wasn't entirely a lie. For weeks afterward, I slept with my lights on. I shoved my desk chair under my doorknob every night. I even asked to switch bedrooms, making up some excuse about noise from the street, but my parents didn't understand why I suddenly had an issue with the room I'd had for years. I've spent years trying to rationalize what happened. Was it sleep paralysis? I don't think so, because I could move. I sat up. I hid under the covers. I wasn't paralyzed at all. A hallucination, maybe? But it felt too real, too physical. The green light illuminated real objects in my room. The scream vibrated through the air like real sound waves. Sometimes I wonder if it was some kind of bizarre home invasion attempt, with someone using an elaborate costume and light effects to scare me. But why? And how did they get into our locked house? And that scream? No human could make that sound. I've never seen that bark-skinned, green-eyed thing again. But I still think about it constantly. What was it? Where did it come from? What would have happened if I hadn't woken up when I did? These questions haunt me. The worst part is not knowing. No one believes me when I tell this story. They all assume I was dreaming or making it up. But I know what I saw that night. I know it was real. And I'm terrified that somewhere out there, that thing is still walking around with its tree bark skin and glowing green eyes, peering into someone else's bedroom, reaching out with those twisted claws. Sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I still expect to see that sickly green glow. And on the rare occasions when I hear a woman screaming, even in a movie or from a distance, my entire body goes cold. And for a split second, I'm back in that bed, watching that thing reveal its void of a mouth. I don't know what visited me that night. I don't know what it wanted. But whatever it was, it changed me forever. Some nights I still wake up hearing that scream echoing in my head, and I wonder if someday it might decide to come back. Story 15. I've never really talked about this before, except with my mom and sister, because I know how crazy it sounds. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. This happened about 5 years ago when I was 17, living in an apartment with my mom, sister, and our dogs. It started sometime during my junior year of high school. My mom and sister would often go shopping together on weekends, leaving me home alone with our dogs. I didn't mind. I actually enjoyed having the place to myself for a few hours. The first time it happened, I was in my room playing video games. Our 2 dogs, Max and Bailey were sleeping near my bed. Suddenly I heard the familiar sound of keys jingling at our front door, followed by the distinctive click of our lock turning. The dogs immediately perked up, ears alert, and then bolted toward the front door, barking like crazy, just like they always did when someone came home. I paused my game, thinking my mum and sister were back earlier than expected. Then I heard the front door open and close, followed by my mom's voice. Exactly her voice, with that slight rasp she gets when she's been talking a lot while shopping. "Guys, stop barking. You live here," she said to the dogs, using the exact phrase she always used when they got too excited. The dogs stopped barking immediately. I heard what sounded like grocery bags rustling, and what I assumed was my mum setting down her purse on the entryway table, the slight thud and jingle of her bag hitting the wood. "Hey, I'm home. Can you help with the groceries?" my mum called out. I got up and headed down the hallway toward the living room. "Coming!" I shouted back, but when I turned the corner into our living room, no one was there. The front door was locked, no grocery bags, no purse on the table, nothing. The dogs were standing there in the entryway, wagging their tails and looking up at nothing, just empty space. They seemed confused, looking back at me as if to ask where Mom went. I felt this immediate cold sensation wash over me. I checked every room in our apartment, including the balcony, empty. I even looked out into the hallway and down the stairs. Nobody. I called my mom right away, my hands shaking. "Hey, where are you guys?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "We're still at Target, probably another hour before we head back." "Why?" I didn't tell her what happened. I just made up some excuse about needing to know when to start dinner. After I hung up, I sat on the couch, completely freaked out. The dogs settled down near me, seemingly forgetting about the whole thing. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd fallen asleep playing my game and dreamed the whole thing. Maybe it was the neighbors and their voices carried weirdly through the walls. Maybe I was just hearing things. But it happened again the following weekend, and then again and again. Always when I was home alone, always the same sequence, keys jingling, lock turning, door opening and closing, dogs barking, then my mom's or sometimes my sister's voice telling the dogs to be quiet, followed by the sounds of them moving around the apartment, and every time I'd go to check and nobody would be there. I started calling it the mimic in my head. Whatever it was, it perfectly copied their voices and the familiar sounds of them coming home. It was so convincing that not only did I fall for it every time, but the dogs did too, and dogs don't respond to random noises. They know their owners. After about the 5th time it happened, I finally told my mom and sister. They looked at me like I was making it up. My sister joked that I was probably just playing too many horror games and hearing things. My mom suggested I was stressed from school and maybe needed more sleep. But the incidents kept happening, almost weekly for nearly a year. It got to the point where I dreaded being home alone. I started turning my music up really loud whenever they went out shopping, hoping to drown out any sounds the mimic might make. But somehow I would always hear those keys and that voice, even over the loudest music. The worst part was how predictable it became. I'd hear them come home. The dogs would react exactly as they should, and I'd get up to check, knowing full well I'd find nothing, but unable to just ignore it. It felt like something was trying to lure me out of my room each time. After several months of this, I developed a new strategy. Instead of getting up to check, I'd stay put and call my mum immediately. Every single time, she confirmed she wasn't home, and as long as I didn't get up to investigate, the sounds would eventually stop. But there was one incident that was far worse than all the others, and it still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. My mom had to have minor surgery and was staying at my grandparents' place about an hour away while recovering. It had been about 3 weeks since I'd seen her. She had taken her dog, Shelby, with her, because that dog is super attached to her and would have been miserable without her. I was home with my sister, who was at work that day. I'd taken our dog Bailey for a walk and had just returned to the apartment, As soon as I opened the door, I heard barking coming from my mom's bedroom. Not Bailey's bark, but Shelby's. It was so distinctive that I immediately recognized it. Then I heard my mom's voice, clear as day, say, "Shelby, stop barking." The barking stopped instantly. I felt this surge of excitement. My mum must be back. Maybe she had recovered faster than expected and had come home early to surprise us. I hadn't seen her in weeks, so I was really happy. "Mom!" I called out, rushing toward her bedroom. Bailey ran ahead of me, tail wagging furiously. I pushed open her bedroom door, a smile on my face, and froze. The room was completely empty. No Shelby, no Mom. Nothing. Bailey stood there, tail still wagging, looking around the room expectantly. She walked over to where my mum's bed was and sniffed the air, then looked back at me, confused. The thing is, Shelby wasn't even in our apartment. She was with my mom at my grandparents' house an hour away. There was literally no way that dog could have been barking in that room. Yet both Bailey and I had heard it, and we both heard my mum's voice tell Shelby to stop. And whatever we heard had the same authority as my mum, because the barking had stopped immediately. I backed out of the room, grabbed my phone with trembling hands, and called my mum. When she answered, I could barely speak. Are you home?" I stammered. "No, honey. I'm still at Grandma's. Is everything okay?" I broke down and told her what had just happened. This time, she didn't brush it off. She could hear the genuine fear in my voice. "Lock the doors and windows," she said. "I'm going to call Mrs. Parker next door to come check on you." Our neighbor came over within minutes, and she walked through the entire apartment with me. She didn't find anything unusual, of course. Whatever the mimic was, it never stuck around to be discovered. That particular incident was the worst, but not the only strange thing that happened in that apartment. There were other things, knocking sounds in the walls that didn't match up with any pipes or neighbors' activities. Sometimes at night, I'd hear what sounded like claws slowly scraping down my closet door from the inside. My sister complained about feeling like someone was watching her while she slept. We moved out of that apartment about 6 months later when our lease ended. My mum never admitted it, but I think the reason she was so eager to leave was because she'd started experiencing things too. I caught her talking to my sister once about hearing my voice, calling her from my bedroom when I was at school. The mimic never followed us to our new place. Whatever it was, stayed behind in that apartment. The thing that still bothers me the most, though, is how it could control the dogs. They weren't just reacting to sounds. They were obeying commands from something that wasn't really there, something that could perfectly imitate the people they trusted. I've tried researching this phenomenon online, looking up terms like auditory hallucinations and phantom voices, but nothing quite matches what we experienced. Most explanations for hearing voices involve mental health issues, but that doesn't explain why the dogs reacted too. To this day, I still tense up whenever I hear keys in a door when I'm not expecting anyone. And sometimes, when I'm home alone, I catch myself holding my breath, listening, just in case the mimic found me again. Story 16. I grew up on this rural property in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by our own farmland and dense tree lines that separated us from neighboring farms. Our nearest neighbor was about a mile away, so we had plenty of space to ourselves. It was usually quiet and peaceful, the kind of place where you'd think nothing bad could ever happen. When I was in high school, my friends would come over on weekends, and we'd hang out and do typical teenage stuff. One of our favorite activities was playing hide and seek in the dark. I know it sounds childish, but there's something so thrilling about hiding in the shadows when you have 5 acres of land to disappear into. Our property had these perfect hiding spots: old sheds, tall grass, bushes around the perimeter, and even a small barn where we kept some equipment. This particular night happened during summer break before my senior year. It was a warm evening in July, and I had invited 2 of my friends over, Jess and Tyler. Jess had been over countless times, but it was Tyler's first visit to my place. We had dinner with my parents, watched some TV, and as the sun started setting, I suggested we play hide-and-seek outside. My dad raised his eyebrows when I mentioned it. "Just don't go past the property line," he reminded me, "and take your phone." I nodded, rolling my eyes a little. He always said the same thing. Our property was clearly marked with a barbed wire fence, and I knew every inch of it by heart. Around 9 o'clock, we headed outside. The sky was clear, with a half moon providing just enough light to see where we were going without making it too easy to spot each other. We decided Tyler would be it first, since he was the newcomer, and he agreed to count to 100 while Jess and I hid. Tyler turned to face one of the oak trees near our driveway and started counting loudly. Jess and I exchanged excited glances before taking off in different directions. I remember feeling so alive in that moment. The cool night air on my skin, the sound of crickets chirping, the thrill of finding the perfect hiding spot. I decided to head toward the edge of our property, where there was a thick line of bushes and small trees that separated our land from the neighboring farm. It was one of my go-to hiding spots because the foliage was dense enough to conceal me completely, but I could still peek through and see anyone approaching. I crouched down and carefully pushed my way into the bushes, making sure not to rustle the leaves too much. Once I was about 3 feet in, I settled into a comfortable position where I could see the open field I had just crossed, but remained hidden from view. The branches formed a natural canopy above me, and I felt safely concealed in my little den. I could faintly hear Tyler finishing his counting and announcing, "Ready or not, here I come." His voice sounded distant, which reassured me that I'd picked a good spot. I controlled my breathing to stay quiet and waited, feeling that familiar excitement of hoping not to get found. That's when I heard it. At first, I thought it was just the wind rustling through the leaves, or maybe a small animal moving nearby. But then I realized it was breathing. Slow, deliberate breathing that wasn't my own. It was coming from somewhere to my right, maybe 10 feet away, deeper in the bushes along the property line. I froze, holding my own breath for a moment. The breathing continued, in, out, unmistakably human. It wasn't panicked or exerted like someone who had been running. It was controlled, almost methodical, like someone trying to remain hidden. My first thought was that it must be Jess, that she'd had the same idea and hidden in the same area. But that didn't make sense. I had seen her run in the opposite direction, toward the barn. And this breathing sounded different, deeper, adult. The realization hit me like a bucket of ice water. Someone else was hiding in the bushes with me, someone who wasn't playing our game. Every instinct in my body screamed danger. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up, and a cold sweat broke out across my forehead. I was too scared to turn and look, afraid of what or who I might see. The breathing continued, steady and unnerving. I don't know how long I sat there frozen in fear. Probably only seconds, but it felt like hours. My mind raced through possibilities. Maybe it was my dad trying to scare us. But no, he wasn't the type to do that, and I had seen him settling in to watch TV before we came outside. I knew I needed to get out of there fast, but I was terrified that any movement would alert whoever was there to my presence if they didn't already know. The breathing hadn't changed its rhythm, which made me think they hadn't noticed me yet. In one desperate move, I burst from the bushes and sprinted across the open field toward the house, not looking back once. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I ran straight to the driveway where we had started the game, trying to appear normal, like nothing had happened. Tyler was there, looking confused. "Did you seriously just give up your hiding spot?" he asked, laughing. "I didn't even start looking yet." I forced a smile, trying to catch my breath. "Yeah, I got bored waiting," I lied. "The mosquitoes were killing me in those bushes." A few minutes later, Jess emerged from behind the barn, disappointed that the game was already over. I suggested we do something else, making up an excuse about remembering my dad wanted us to stay closer to the house after dark. For the rest of the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. We moved our hangout to the back porch, which was well lit and closer to the house. Every sound seemed amplified. The creaking of branches in the wind, the distant lowing of our cows in the pasture, the occasional rustle from the darkness beyond the porch light's reach. I kept glancing toward the bushes where I'd been hiding, squinting to see if I could make out any shape or movement. A couple of times, I thought I saw shadows moving near the tree line, but I convinced myself it was just my imagination running wild. My friends noticed something was off. "Are you okay?" Jess asked at one point. "You seem jumpy." "I'm fine," I assured her. "Just thought I heard something earlier." I didn't want to scare them, and part of me still hoped I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe it really had been an animal or the wind playing tricks on me, but deep down I knew what I'd heard. Around 11:30, my dad stepped out onto the porch to check on us. "Everything all right out here?" I nodded, not mentioning anything about what had happened. He looked out toward the property, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Thought I heard something moving around out there earlier. Probably just raccoons or a coyote." Shortly after midnight, we all heard a distinct thud from somewhere near the barn, followed by what sounded like a muffled cry. My dad, who had been watching TV inside, came back out with a flashlight. "Stay here," he told us firmly. "I'm going to check it out." I watched anxiously as the beam of his flashlight cut through the darkness, moving across the yard toward the barn and then along the perimeter of our property. He was out there for about 15 minutes before returning. "Didn't see anything," he said, but I could tell by his expression that he was unsettled. "You kids should probably head inside now." We spent the rest of the night in the living room, watching movies and trying to act normal. My friends stayed over as planned, sleeping in the guest room, while I lay awake in my bed for hours, listening to every creak and groan of our old farmhouse. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. The sun was streaming through my window, making the events of the previous night seem distant and dreamlike. For a moment, I wondered if I had overreacted. Then I heard my dad's voice from downstairs, talking urgently on the phone. I got dressed quickly and went down to find him standing in the kitchen, looking out the window toward the back pasture. "Yes, officer. Sometime during the night," he was saying. "No, we didn't hear anything unusual. Well, some noises, but nothing that seemed, yes, we'll be here." When he hung up, he turned to me with a grim expression. "One of our cows is dead in the back pasture," he said quietly, so as not to wake my friends. "Someone killed it during the night. My blood ran cold." "What do you mean, killed it?" "Butchered it, right there in the field," he replied, his voice tight with anger. "Took the choice cuts and left the rest. Sheriff's on his way." I felt sick to my stomach. While we had been playing hide and seek, while I had been crouched in those bushes, someone had been on our property. Someone who had been hiding just feet away from me, breathing in the darkness. Someone who had chosen to kill and butcher one of our animals instead of... I couldn't finish the thought. When the sheriff arrived, I finally told my dad about the breathing I'd heard in the bushes. His face went pale, and he immediately shared this information with the officer. They found footprints in the soft earth near where I had been hiding. Large boots, definitely not belonging to any of us. They followed the tracks to where the cow had been killed, but lost them at the gravel road that ran along the eastern edge of our property. The sheriff theorized it was probably someone desperate for meat who couldn't afford to buy it. There had been similar incidents at other farms in the county. But that explanation did nothing to ease my mind. All I could think about was how differently things might have turned out. What if I hadn't run when I did? What if they had chosen a different target instead of our cow? It's been years now, but I still think about that night. When I visit my parents, I never go near those bushes at the edge of the property, especially after dark. Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, the sound of that slow, deliberate breathing echoing in my mind. I'll never know for sure who was hiding there with me that night, or why they chose the cow instead of me, and I've never played hide and seek again. Story 17. I never believed in ghosts. Let me start with that. I'm still trying to make sense of everything that's happened since I moved into this place 3 years ago. Maybe writing it all down will help, because I'm at a point where I'm questioning my own sanity. I live in this weird C-shaped apartment building on the edge of town. My unit is at the very end of one of the wings, actually converted from what used to be a garage. It's small but affordable, and when I first moved in, I was just grateful to find something within my budget. Pauline, my neighbor, lives in the center of the C-shape. Her front door directly faces mine across this common area, and there's another apartment right above hers. When I signed the lease, my landlord Tom mentioned that his brother-in-law had lived in my apartment before me, but had passed away. He said it casually, like it was just a piece of information I should know. He died in the hospital after getting sick, Tom told me while handing over the keys. I remember thinking it was a bit of a strange thing to bring up, but I didn't think much of it at the time. About a month after I moved in, I was making dinner when I heard a loud knock at my door. When I opened it, there was a sheriff standing there asking if I knew where Pauline was. He needed to talk to her about the man who died in this apartment. Those were his exact words, and they stuck with me because they contradicted what Tom had told me about his brother-in-law dying in the hospital. The sheriff seemed surprised when I said I'd only been living there for a month and didn't know anything about a death. That was the first thing that felt off. Then strange stuff started happening inside the apartment. I'd put my phone down and it would completely vanish, only to turn up in places I know I didn't leave it. My keys disappeared from the hook by the door and showed up in the bathroom cabinet 2 days later. I'd close a drawer and find it open 10 minutes later. At first, I wrote it all off as stress and forgetfulness from my new job. One night, I was messing around with a voice recording app on my phone, just testing it out before an interview I needed to record the next day. When I played it back, there was this faint whispering behind my voice that I couldn't make out. I tried again, speaking clearly into the phone. And again, when I played it back, there were these murmurs just beneath my voice. I turned up the volume all the way and put the phone right against my ear. It sounded like an old man saying something like "still here" or "still home." I nearly dropped the phone. For a few weeks after that, I slept with all the lights on and kept the TV running all night for background noise. Eventually, though, the fear faded, and I went back to my normal routine. I convinced myself it was just audio interference or something logical like that. Then, the apartment next to mine became vacant when the tenant moved out. That's when the noises started. It began with this soft, shuffling sound against the shared wall, like someone dragging their feet across carpet. Then it escalated to loud thumps, like someone was bumping furniture against the wall or maybe dropping heavy books. Sometimes the bumps were so sudden and forceful that I'd physically jump while sitting on my couch. The worst part was that these sounds would happen at all hours. 3 in the afternoon or 2 in the morning, it didn't matter. I was too embarrassed to mention it to anyone. I mean, how do you casually bring up that you think your empty neighboring apartment is haunted? So I kept quiet and tried to ignore it. This went on for months until finally someone new moved in next door and the sound stopped. I almost forgot about the whole thing until 2 years later when the apartment above Pauline's became vacant. Within a week of the tenant moving out, the exact same thing started happening again. Shuffling, bumping, thumping, but this time I wasn't the only one who noticed. Pauline texted me one morning asking if I'd heard someone walking around up there last night. Another neighbor from across the complex mentioned hearing furniture moving upstairs, even though no one lived there. We all got worried that maybe squatters had gotten in or some animal was trapped up there. Pauline called Tom, who came by with maintenance to check it out. They found nothing, no signs of entry, no animals, nothing disturbed. Tom changed the locks anyway, but the sounds continued. At this point, I was freaked out enough that I decided to try and capture some evidence. I asked Tom if I could spend a night in the empty apartment to see if I could figure out what was going on. He thought I was crazy, but gave me the key, probably thinking I'd realize it was just the building settling or pipes knocking. I brought my phone, a portable charger, a sleeping bag, and some snacks. I set up in the living room and started recording audio on my phone. For hours, nothing happened. Around 2 in the morning, I was dozing off when I heard distinct footsteps crossing from the kitchen to the living room. I froze, too terrified to turn on my flashlight, just listening as the steps moved closer to where I was lying. Then they stopped right at the edge of my sleeping bag. I must have fallen asleep eventually because I woke up to sunshine streaming through the windows. When I played back the recording from my phone, I could clearly hear the footsteps, but there was more. There was talking. A gravelly, elderly male voice muttering something that sounded like "not supposed to be here," followed by more footsteps walking away. I showed the recording to Pauline, who got visibly pale. She said it reminded her of Tom's brother-in-law's voice, but older and rougher. I didn't know what to do with this information, so I just went back to my apartment and tried to forget about it. The very next night, I was jolted awake at exactly 3:13 in the morning by 3 loud, deliberate thuds directly above my bed. My apartment has a tin roof, so these sounds resonated through the whole place. It sounded like someone was standing on my roof and stomping as hard as they could. My phone buzzed almost immediately. A text from my neighbor across the way, asking if I'd heard those weird bangs. Tom came out again the next morning, got up on the roof and found nothing. No footprints, no damage, nothing that could explain the noise. A few months passed, and now both apartments, the one next to mine and the one above Pauline's, were vacant. That's when things got even weirder. I started hearing knocking at the vacant apartment's door at around 4 in the morning. Slow, methodical knocks that would go on for several minutes. I'd look out my peephole, but never see anyone there. The bumps and shuffling returned too, moving between both empty apartments, like whatever it was could go wherever it wanted when the spaces were unoccupied. After all this, I became obsessed with finding out more about the man who died in my apartment. I casually asked Tom more questions about his brother-in-law, but he was weirdly evasive. He'd change the subject or suddenly remember an urgent call he had to make. I tried looking up obituaries online, but couldn't find anything without a name to go on. I even asked Pauline if she remembered his name, but she just said, "We didn't really talk much," and seemed uncomfortable with the whole conversation. It took some digging, but I eventually found Tom's wife on Facebook and went through her timeline, looking for any mention of a brother who had passed away. The family seemed strangely tight-lipped about him. There were plenty of posts about other family members, celebrations, holidays. But this brother was conspicuously absent from family photos and stories. Finally, buried in her posts from 3 years ago, I found a single mention. "Today we say goodbye to Ollie. 74 years and 4 months was too short a time to have you with us." There was just one photo attached. An old man fishing by himself at a lake, positioned far away from the camera, as if the photographer had deliberately kept their distance. That was it, Ollie. I finally had a name. About a month ago, I rescued a stray cat that had been hanging around the building. I named her Olive, but I often call her Ollie for short. Last week, during a power outage, I was walking around my apartment with a flashlight calling out, "Ollie, where are you, Ollie?" trying to find her in the dark. I heard a soft meow from my bedroom and went in, still calling, "Ollie, come here." The cat walked into the room and then stopped dead in her tracks, staring intently at the corner by my closet. Her back arched, fur standing on end, and she started making this low, continuous growl I'd never heard from her before. I followed her gaze, but couldn't see anything in the darkness. yet she remained fixated on that empty corner, growling, refusing to look away. A cold sensation washed over me as I realized, what if the spirit of Ollie was still here, in my apartment? What if, when I'd been calling for my cat, he thought I was calling for him? The temperature in that corner of the room seemed to drop 20 degrees. My flashlight flickered 3 times and went out completely, even though I'd just put fresh batteries in it. For several long minutes, I stood there in the pitch black, listening to my cat growl at something I couldn't see. Then the power came back on suddenly, flooding the room with light. Ollie the cat immediately stopped growling, relaxed, and casually walked out of the room as if nothing had happened. I still live here. I still hear the noises in the empty apartments. Sometimes I feel like I'm being watched while I'm cooking or reading or just sitting on the couch. Items still disappear and reappear in odd places, and sometimes when I'm half asleep, I swear I can feel someone sit down on the edge of my bed. I don't know what happened to Ollie. I don't know why the sheriff was asking questions about his death, or why Tom told me he died in the hospital when clearly something else might have happened here. I don't know why his family barely acknowledges he existed, but I think he's still here. And I think he knows I know. Last night, I woke up at exactly 3:13 in the morning again. Not because of noises this time, but because I felt someone standing over me, watching me sleep. When I opened my eyes, there was nobody there. But on the wall opposite my bed, in the moonlight coming through the window, I could clearly see the shadow of a man, where there should have been no shadow at all. Story 18. I've held this in for so long, but I need to get it out there. I still can't explain what happened to us that day in the bush. And now with Ellie gone, I'm the only one left who knows the truth. This happened about 3 years ago. Ellie and I had been bushwalking mates since uni days. We weren't hardcore hikers or anything, just enjoyed getting out of the city on weekends. We'd done plenty of day walks around New South Wales, but this time we decided to try a new trail in the Blue Mountains we'd read about online. It was supposed to be moderate difficulty, about 6 hours return trip. We packed the usual. Water, sandwiches, snacks, first aid kit. I remember checking the weather that morning. Clear skies, about 25 degrees. Perfect walking weather. We got to the trailhead around 9 in the morning. The car park only had 2 other vehicles, which wasn't unusual for a weekday. We took a selfie at the trail sign, the last normal photo from that day. I still have it on my phone. Ellie looked so happy. Her curly hair tucked under her favorite hiking cap, freckles across her nose from our previous walks. I can't look at it anymore. The first 2 hours were completely normal. The trail was well marked, winding through typical Australian bushland, eucalyptus trees, rocky outcrops, the occasional view across the valley. We saw a couple of wallabies, and Ellie spotted a goanna. We were chatting about work, relationships, normal stuff. I remember feeling so relaxed, just enjoying being away from the noise of Sydney. Around 11, I noticed something odd with my phone's GPS. I was tracking our walk with an app, and suddenly it showed us in a completely different area, about 10 kilometers from where we should have been. I showed Ellie, and we laughed it off as a glitch. The trail was clearly marked, so we weren't worried about navigation. By 1 o'clock, we'd reached what should have been our halfway point, a lookout over a gorge. We stopped for lunch and to check the map. Ellie pulled out her phone to take a photo and frowned. "That's weird," she said. "My GPS is all messed up too." She showed me her screen. Like mine, it was showing us in a totally different location. "And look at the time," she added. "It says it's nearly 1, but my watch says 11:15. I checked my phone again. Sure enough, it said 1:05 p.m., but my watch showed 11:17 a.m. We figured our watches must be wrong, though it was strange they were both off by the same amount. "I think we've taken a wrong turn somewhere," Ellie said, looking at the paper map. "This lookout doesn't match what's on the map." I remember feeling annoyed but not alarmed. We'd gone off trail before and always found our way back. Then it happened. I was standing near the edge of the lookout and suddenly felt like the ground shifted beneath me, not like an earthquake, more like the sensation you get when you're on a boat and a wave hits. I staggered, grabbing a nearby tree for support. At the same time, Ellie yelped behind me. "Did you feel that?" she gasped. Before I could answer, everything changed. The light shifted dramatically, like someone had dimmed the sun. I blinked, disoriented. The shadows around us had lengthened considerably. I looked up at the sky and saw the sun was much lower than it had been moments before. "What the hell?" I muttered, pulling out my phone again. The time now read 6:02 p.m. Ellie's face had gone pale. "What's happening? It can't be 6 already." I checked my watch. It still said 11:18. AMI held it up to my ear. It was still ticking. We both stood there trying to process what was happening. It was definitely darker, like late afternoon. The temperature had dropped too. I could feel the chill now. "We need to head back," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Right now." That's when we heard it for the first time, a deep, heavy breathing sound coming from the bushes about 20 meters behind us. Not an animal. It sounded human, but wrong somehow, too deliberate, too rhythmic, like someone standing just out of sight, making sure we could hear them. We both froze. The sound continued. Inhale, exhale, perfectly timed, unnaturally loud. "Hello?" Ellie called out. "Is someone there?" The breathing stopped immediately. Complete silence followed, which was somehow worse. "Let's go," I whispered, grabbing her arm. "Now." We turned to head back down the trail we'd come up. I remember our footsteps sounding too loud on the gravel path. We didn't run. Some instinct told me running would be a bad idea. But we walked fast, not talking, both straining to hear any sound of pursuit. About 5 minutes down the trail, it started again. The breathing, behind us, but closer this time. Still no footsteps, no rustling of bushes, just that steady, heavy breathing. "Do you see anyone?" Ellie whispered. I glanced back. Nothing but trees and rocks and the empty trail. No. We picked up our pace. The breathing followed, maintaining the same distance. We rounded a bend in the trail, and I felt a wave of dizziness hit me. I stumbled, catching myself on a tree trunk. Ellie grabbed my arm. "Are you okay?" I nodded, though I wasn't. My head was spinning and I felt nauseous, just dizzy for a second. "Me too," she admitted. "Been feeling it since whatever happened back there." The breathing continued behind us. I still couldn't see anyone when I looked back. "Maybe it's a gas leak or something," I suggested. "Carbon monoxide can cause hallucinations, time loss." But I knew that didn't make sense. Carbon monoxide in an open forest? And it wouldn't explain the 5 hours we'd apparently lost. We continued down the trail, which was getting harder to see in the fading light. I turned on my phone's flashlight. Ellie did the same. The breathing followed us the entire time, sometimes seeming to move to our left or right, but always behind us, never getting closer, never falling farther back. My dizziness got worse. I could tell Ellie was struggling too. She kept shaking her head like she was trying to clear it. We both knew we needed to get back to the car, back to civilization, but every step was becoming more difficult. "I don't recognize this part of the trail," Ellie said after we'd been walking for about 20 minutes. "Do you?" She was right. Nothing looked familiar. The trail itself was clear enough, but the surroundings didn't match what we'd walked through earlier. The trees seemed denser, the undergrowth thicker. "Maybe we took a wrong turn," I said, though I didn't believe it. We'd been following the same trail back. The breathing behind us got louder, closer. I spun around, shining my flashlight into the darkness. Nothing, just trees and shadows. "Hello?" I shouted. "Who's there?" The breathing stopped. Then, after a few seconds, it started again, now from a different direction, off to our right. Ellie grabbed my arm. Her hand was ice cold. "We need to call for help," she whispered. I nodded and pulled out my phone. Despite being in a remote area, I had 2 bars of reception. Small mercies. I dialed 000, the operator answered, and I tried to explain our situation without sounding crazy. I told her we were lost on a bushwalking trail, experiencing severe dizziness, and believed someone might be following us. I didn't mention the time loss or the invisible source of the breathing. She asked for our location. I gave her the name of the trail, but when she asked for specifics, all I could offer was the GPS coordinates from my phone, which I wasn't even sure were accurate anymore. "We'll dispatch search and rescue," she assured me. "Try to stay where you are. Do you have any light sources?" I told her about our phone flashlights. "Good. Find a clear area if possible and stay put. Turn your flashlights on and off every few minutes to conserve battery, but help the rescue team spot you." After hanging up, I relayed the information to Ellie. We found a small clearing just off the trail and sat down, backs against a large boulder. The breathing had followed us, still maintaining its distance. "What do you think it is?" Ellie whispered. "I don't know," I admitted. "But search and rescue is coming. We just need to hang on." We flashed our lights every few minutes as instructed. The dizziness was getting worse. I felt like I was on a spinning carnival ride. Ellie wasn't doing any better. She had her head between her knees, taking deep breaths. The breathing entity, that's how I'd started to think of it, had changed its pattern. It was moving around us now, circling, never getting closer than about 20 meters, but never moving farther away either, around and around, a perfect circle with us at the center. "Can you hear it moving through the bush?" I asked Ellie. "Any footsteps or branches breaking?" She shook her head. Nothing, just the breathing. That was the most terrifying part. Whatever it was, it made no sound as it moved, except for that deliberate breathing. No rustling leaves, no snapping twigs, no footfalls, just the inhale, exhale moving around us in a circle. I don't know how long we sat there. My perception of time was completely shot. It could have been minutes or hours. The dizziness kept getting worse. I remember fighting to stay conscious, fighting the urge to vomit. Ellie started crying silently beside me. I reached for her hand and squeezed it. "We'll be okay," I lied. "Help is coming." That's the last thing I remember clearly. According to the search and rescue report, I lost consciousness shortly after making the call. Ellie told them I suddenly slumped over. She tried to wake me, but couldn't. She said the breathing continued circling us the entire time I was unconscious. The search team found us about 2 hours after my call. By then, the breathing had apparently stopped. They found nothing unusual in the area, no other people, no strange animals, nothing that could explain what we'd experienced. I woke up in hospital the next morning. The doctors ran tests, but found nothing physically wrong with either of us, except mild dehydration. They suggested we had experienced panic attacks triggered by getting lost, which had caused the dizziness and disorientation. When we tried to explain about the time loss and the breathing, everyone, the doctors, the police, even our families, looked at us like we were making it up. They kept saying we must have lost track of time, that the stress of being lost had affected our perception. But Ellie and I knew what we'd experienced. We lost 5 hours in an instant. We heard something following us, circling us, watching us, something that breathed but never showed itself. Ellie took it harder than I did. She had nightmares almost every night afterward. She stopped bushwalking completely. Eventually, we drifted apart, partly because I think seeing each other reminded us too much of what happened. 2 years passed. I tried to put it behind me, though I never went bushwalking again either. Then, 3 weeks ago, I got a call from Ellie's brother. She had taken her own life. No note, no explanation. I keep wondering if what happened to us in the bush that day somehow broke something inside her. If whatever was out there breathing in the darkness followed her home in some way, I can't understand. I still don't know what happened to us. I don't know what was breathing in the darkness. I don't know how we lost 5 hours in the blink of an eye, and now I never will. Ellie was the only other person who knew the truth of what we experienced, and she's gone. I'm writing this because I need someone to know. I need someone to believe us. Something happened out there in the Australian bush that I can't explain. Something was watching us, following us, circling us. Something that breathes. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I think I can hear it again. That slow, deliberate breathing just outside my bedroom window. Story 19. I still don't know what we saw that night. Part of me wishes I could forget it, but another part is desperate for answers. This happened back in 2005 when I was riding with my dad through the back roads of our rural county. We weren't far from home, maybe 15 minutes out on those winding country roads that cut through dense forest. It was around 9 o'clock on a clear October night, one of those perfect autumn evenings where the stars seem extra bright because there's no light pollution out where we live. Dad was driving our old Ford pickup, the blue one with the rust spots on the wheel wells that he refused to part with. We were coming back from my uncle's place, where we'd been helping him split firewood for the winter. I remember being tired, my hands still feeling the phantom vibration from working the log splitter all day. We were mostly quiet, just the radio playing some classic rock station at low volume. I was half dozing with my head against the window when Dad suddenly slammed on the brakes. The truck skidded slightly on the loose gravel as we lurched forward, my seatbelt locked up tight across my chest. "Jesus!" Dad shouted. A large buck had leapt across the road maybe 20 feet in front of us, its white tail flashing in our headlights. I'd seen plenty of deer near misses before, it's just part of country living, but what happened next made my blood run cold. The deer wasn't just crossing the road, it was running for its life. Behind the deer came a light, not headlights, not a flashlight, a single intense ball of light about the size of a softball. It was moving fast, maybe 50 miles per hour, chasing the deer with deliberate precision. The light was hovering about 5 feet off the ground, weaving through trees without slowing down. Dad had stopped the truck completely in the middle of the road, and we both just stared. The light was intensely bright, almost painful to look at directly. It wasn't a steady glow either. It pulsed slightly and had this strange corona around it, almost like plasma or gas. The center was brilliant white, but the edges had these flickering hints of blue. "What the hell is that?" I whispered, but Dad didn't answer. We watched as the deer bounded into the thick woods on the right side of the road. The light followed, not taking the path of least resistance like a human would, but moving with precision, like it was locked onto the deer. It navigated between trees without slowing, maintaining that consistent 5-foot height off the ground. Then it got closer to us. As the light passed near our truck, maybe 10 feet away, I could feel something. Not heat exactly, but a kind of pressure or static that made the hair on my arms stand up. There was no sound though, absolutely silent. No humming, no buzzing, no engine noise, nothing. Just this light moving with purpose. When it crossed the road, it passed directly in front of our truck. Our headlights didn't seem to affect it at all. It didn't cast shadows like you'd expect. Instead, it seemed to bend the darkness around it in a way that's hard to describe. For about 30 seconds, we watched it pursue the deer deeper into the woods until both disappeared from view. The light never once touched the ground. It never clipped a tree. It adjusted its path perfectly to match the deer's frantic escape route. Dad and I sat there in silence for what felt like minutes but was probably only seconds. "Did you see that?" he finally asked, his voice uncharacteristically shaky. "Yeah," I said. "What was it?" "I don't know." Dad put the truck in drive and started moving again, but slowly, like he was afraid the light might come back. I kept staring out the window into the woods, trying to catch another glimpse of it. Could it have been a drone? I asked, though even as I said it, I knew that wasn't right. Dad shook his head. In 2005? Out here? Not making any noise? Moving like that? No way. Someone with a really powerful spotlight, maybe? "Did you see anyone holding it? Did you see it attached to anything?" he countered. I hadn't. The light was just there, moving on its own. We drove the rest of the way home in silence, both of us occasionally glancing in the side mirrors as if expecting the light to start chasing us next. When we got home, Mom could tell something was wrong just by looking at our faces. We tried explaining what we'd seen, but the words felt inadequate. How do you describe something you don't understand? That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the scene in my head, trying to make sense of it. Every time a car passed by on the distant highway and cast moving shadows on my bedroom wall, I'd freeze, thinking it was the light somehow finding its way to our house. The next morning, Dad and I drove back to the spot where we'd seen it. I'm not sure what we expected to find. Scorch marks on the trees? The deer's carcass? There was nothing unusual, just the same stretch of country road cutting through the same dense woods. Over the next few weeks, we asked around. Had anyone else seen strange lights in the area? Most people just looked at us like we were crazy. A few mentioned that there'd been stories of ghost lights in the hills for generations, but those were typically distant phenomena that people spotted from miles away, not something that zipped past your truck at close range. I researched everything I could think of. Ball lightning, it was a clear night. No storms for 100 miles. Swamp gas, we don't have swamps, and swamp gas doesn't chase deer at 50 miles per hour with precision movements. Military drones in 2005 in rural nowhere and without any sound. Nothing fit what we saw. What keeps coming back to me even now, years later, is the intentionality of that light. It wasn't just floating or drifting. It was hunting. It moved with purpose, adjusting its path to match the deer's frantic evasions. It reminded me of footage I've seen of heat-seeking missiles, the way they correct their trajectory to stay locked on target. But what kind of natural phenomenon locks onto a living target? What kind of technology from 2005 could move like that without making a sound? Sometimes I wonder what happened to that deer. Did it escape? Did the light catch up to it deeper in the woods? And if it did, then what? I've spent countless hours imagining scenarios, none of them comforting. A few days after the incident, I was helping Dad clean out the truck when we noticed something strange. On the passenger side, where the light had passed closest to us, there was a subtle discoloration on the paint. Not a burn mark exactly, but a slight bleaching, as if the blue paint had been partially faded in a perfect line, about 3 inches wide. Dad touched it, rubbed it, even tried buffing it out, but it remained. Neither of us said what we were thinking, that the light had somehow affected the truck without touching it. When people ask me if I believe in the supernatural or extraterrestrial life, I don't give them a straight answer anymore. How can I? I saw something that defies explanation, something that shouldn't exist in the world as I understand it. The strangest part is how ordinary everything else was about that night. The familiar rumble of Dad's old truck, the smell of pine and autumn leaves, the classic rock playing quietly on the radio. Everything was normal until suddenly it wasn't. I've gone back to that stretch of road many times over the years, sometimes alone, sometimes with friends who've heard my story. I've sat there in the dark, waiting, hoping to see the light again, just to prove to myself that I didn't imagine it. But it's never returned. At least, not that I've seen. Dad doesn't like talking about it anymore. About a year after the incident, when I brought it up, he just shook his head and said, "Some things aren't meant to be understood." Coming from my father, a practical man who believed everything had a logical explanation, that statement hit me hard. It was his way of saying he'd given up trying to make sense of what we saw. I haven't given up, though. I've collected stories from around the world of similar phenomena, mysterious lights that seem to have intelligence, that interact with the environment or animals in purposeful ways. There are more accounts than you might think, dating back centuries and spanning every continent. Some cultures call them will-o'-the-wisps. Others have different names. but the descriptions often share similarities with what we saw. The rational part of my brain still searches for scientific explanations. Maybe it was some atmospheric phenomenon we don't yet understand. Maybe it was advanced technology being tested in secret. Maybe there's a perfectly logical explanation that just hasn't occurred to me yet. But there's another part of me that knows whatever we saw that night was something fundamentally outside our understanding of how the world works, the precision of its movement, the way it navigated the dense forest without slowing down, the complete silence, the fact that it seemed to be hunting. I still drive those back roads at night sometimes. I still scan the tree line, watching for any hint of that brilliant, impossible light. Part of me is terrified I'll see it again. Part of me desperately hopes I will, because at least then I'd know for sure that I'm not crazy, that what I saw was real. It's been nearly 20 years now. I've told this story to only a handful of people, usually after a few drinks when the conversation turns to the strangest thing I've ever seen. Most people nod politely, clearly skeptical. I don't blame them. I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. But my dad saw it too, and sometimes when we're alone and the subject comes up, I can still see that look in his eyes, that mixture of wonder and dread that I'm sure is mirrored in my own. In those moments, we don't need words. We just know. Something impossible happened on that country road in 2005, and we were there to witness it. Whatever that light was, whatever intelligence was guiding it, it's still out there somewhere. And sometimes, on dark, clear nights when I'm driving those same roads, I find myself watching the rearview mirror more than the road ahead, wondering if someday it might decide to chase more than just deer. Story 20. We'd only moved into the Woodland Pines apartment complex a couple months earlier for sophomore year. It was one of those places that advertises itself as luxury student living, but is really just basic apartments with a tiny gym and a pool that's always full of beer cans. The complex backed right up to this dense patch of woods that stretched for miles. During the day, it looked nice, all these tall pines and oak trees. At night, though, it was just this wall of absolute darkness. That night was unusually cold for Texas in October. I remember because my car's heater was acting up. I drove this ancient Volkswagen Bug that my dad had fixed up, a 2003 model in this faded blue color. It was tiny and constantly having issues, but it was reliable enough to get us around campus and to late-night food runs. After getting our food, we pulled back into the complex around 3:15 a.m. Instead of parking in my assigned spot, I pulled into this empty area near the edge of the lot, facing perpendicular to the tree line. It was just easier to eat there, without having to walk all the way up to our third-floor apartment. Plus, the complex was dead quiet that time of night. Jake was going on about some girl from his biology lab when I felt it. This sudden drop in temperature inside the car. It wasn't like the normal cold. This felt wrong somehow, like the cold was seeping into my bones. I remember my breath suddenly being visible, even though the car had been warm just seconds before. "Do you feel that?" I asked, cutting Jake off mid-sentence. He stopped talking, mouth full of fries, and nodded. "Heater crapping out again." I shook my head. The heater was still blowing, but it was like the warmth was being sucked right out of the air. That's when I noticed movement in the trees. At first I thought it was just branches moving in the wind, but there wasn't any wind that night. The air was completely still. I leaned forward over the steering wheel, squinting into the darkness. The tree line was maybe 30 feet away from where we were parked, and the only illumination came from a single flickering lamppost on the edge of the lot. That's when I saw them. Two enormous yellow eyes staring directly at me from between the trees. They weren't animal eyes. They were too large, too round, too aware. and they were at least 7 feet off the ground. I froze completely, my half-eaten burger forgotten in my lap. "Jake," I whispered, not taking my eyes off whatever was watching us. "Do you see that?" "See what?" he said, still scrolling through his phone. Before I could answer, the thing moved. It stepped forward out of the tree line, and I could make out its silhouette against the darkness. My entire body went cold. Whatever this was, it wasn't human. Not entirely. It was tall. Way too tall. At least 7 feet, maybe more. Its limbs were disproportionately long, especially its arms, which hung down almost to its knees. It moved with these jerky, unnatural movements, like someone who had studied how humans walk but couldn't quite get it right. Each step was too precise, yet somehow wrong at the same time. "Holy shit," Jake whispered. He'd finally looked up from his phone. "What the fuck is that?" The thing stopped at the edge of the trees, standing partially illuminated by the weak lamplight. That's when I noticed it appeared to be wearing clothes, like a dark jacket and pants, but they didn't fit right. They hung off its frame like they belonged to a different body type altogether. But its face, God, its face is what still haunts me. It looked like it was wearing a mask of a human face, like someone had carefully crafted a person's features, but got all the proportions slightly wrong. The skin was too smooth, too tight in some places, and too loose in others. The mouth was just a dark line, unmoving. But those eyes remained the same bright, unblinking yellow, completely out of place in that almost human face. And it was staring directly at me, not at the car, not at Jake, but straight into my eyes, like it knew me. I remember fumbling for my keys, which I'd left in the cup holder. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grab them. Jake was saying something, but his voice sounded far away, like I was underwater. The creature took another step forward, moving with that same uncanny gait. It was coming straight toward us. Whatever rational thought I had left was screaming at me to start the car, but I was frozen, my eyes locked with this thing's gaze. It took another step, and another, picking up pace as it moved across the parking lot toward my little bug. Its movements became more fluid the closer it got, like it was becoming more confident in its imitation of human movement. That somehow made it worse. It was smiling now, or at least the line where its mouth should be had curved upward at the edges, not in a friendly way, but in a way that suggested it was mimicking an expression it had seen but didn't understand. When it was about 15 feet from the car, I finally managed to jam my key into the ignition. The bug sputtered once, twice. It always took a few tries when the engine was cold, before roaring to life. Jake was full-on panicking now, yelling at me to go, go, go. I threw the car into reverse, but as I looked up to back out, the creature was suddenly at my window. It moved so fast, I didn't even see it cross the remaining distance. It was right there, its face just inches from the glass, those yellow eyes widening as it watched me. It was so tall that it had to bend down to look into the car, its elongated neck craning at an impossible angle. That's when I noticed it was growing, not quickly but subtly, its shoulders broadening, its already long limbs extending even further. The more terrified I became, the larger it seemed to get. I slammed on the gas, the tires squealing as I backed out of the spot and threw the car into drive. As we peeled away, I looked in my rearview mirror and nearly drove into a parked car. The creature was standing exactly where we had been parked, but now it was raising one of its long arms, the fingers too numerous and jointed in all the wrong places. It was waving goodbye like a person would, but with those extra jointed fingers wiggling independently of each other. And its eyes, those horrible yellow eyes, were staring directly at me through the rearview mirror, not at the back of the car, but somehow it was making eye contact with me through the reflection, like it knew exactly where my eyes would be. We sped through the complex, and I didn't stop until we reached the main road. Jake kept asking what the hell that was, but I couldn't answer him. I couldn't even form words. We drove around for almost an hour before I got the courage to go back to the apartment. When we finally returned, I parked as far from the tree line as possible, and we sprinted to the building. Once inside our apartment, we locked the door, closed all the blinds, and sat up with the lights on until morning. The next day, I went down to check my car in broad daylight. There were no marks on it, nothing to indicate what had happened, but on the ground, right where we'd been parked, I found a single dark feather about a foot long. It wasn't from any bird I'd ever seen, too large, too dense. When I tried to pick it up, it disintegrated into dust between my fingers. Jake and I never talked much about what happened that night. I think we both wanted to convince ourselves it was just our tired minds playing tricks on us after a stressful week of studying. But deep down, I know what I saw. I did some research in the weeks that followed. I found obscure forum posts about similar sightings in rural areas of Texas, usually near wooded areas. Some described a tall figure with yellow eyes. Others mentioned a creature that seemed to feed off fear, growing stronger and larger the more terrified the witness became. One account from the 1980s described an encounter with what they called a skinwalker, a being that could take on human appearance but couldn't quite get it right. Another post suggested it might be something older, a type of demon that lures people into the woods by creating curiosity and fear. I moved out of that apartment at the end of the semester, made up some excuse about wanting to be closer to campus. Jake transferred to a different school entirely. I still drive that old bug, but I've never eaten Whataburger in it again. I keep the doors locked at all times, even when I'm driving, and I never, ever park near the woods at night. Sometimes, when I'm driving alone and check my rearview mirror, I swear I can see a pair of yellow eyes staring back at me from the back seat. But when I turn around, there's nothing there. Just the lingering feeling that something is watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. The strangest part? Every now and then my phone will receive a text from an unknown number. Just a single waving hand emoji. Nothing else. No matter how many times I block the number, they keep coming from different sources. I don't know what that thing was. A demon, a skinwalker, something else entirely, I can't say for sure, but I know it recognized something in me that night, something it wanted, and I can't shake the feeling that one day I'll look up and see those yellow eyes again, staring at me from just beyond the light. Story 21. I never thought I'd be the type of person to believe in any of this supernatural stuff. I've always been pretty grounded, you know, but when you experience it yourself, when you're there, and there's just no other explanation, I don't know. It changes you. My mum took her own life in October of 2023. It still feels surreal to type those words. One day she was here, and then she wasn't. The grief hits in waves, sometimes knocking me completely off my feet when I least expect it. Before she died, she was hospitalized for about 2 weeks. That's when the first weird thing happened. My dad called me, sounding shaken. He told me he had been sitting in our dining room, the same dining room where we had countless family dinners, when he heard Mum's voice. Clear as day, like she was standing right there with him, but she wasn't. She was in the hospital, miles away. I heard her call my name, he said. I swear to God it was her voice. He's not the type to make this stuff up. He's a practical man, always has been, worked in construction his whole life, deals in concrete realities. He doesn't read ghost stories or watch those paranormal shows. So when he told me this, I knew something was up. After Mum died, it got more intense. For about 6 months, my dad would wake up in the middle of the night because he heard her calling him. Not like in a dream. He was fully awake, and he'd hear her voice coming from somewhere in the house. It sounds so real, he kept saying. I get out of bed every time thinking she's actually here, needing something. The desperation in his voice when he told me this, it broke my heart. I think part of him wanted it to be real, wanted her to actually be there. But then he'd search the house and find nothing, just emptiness and silence. I was living in another state when Mom died. I'd call Dad almost every day to check on him. About 2 weeks after the funeral, something happened that I still can't explain. When he picked up the phone, I heard him say, "Hello?" And then, right after, I heard a second, "Hello." My mom's voice, with that slight upward inflection she always had. It was unmistakable. I actually dropped my phone. "Dad," I said when I picked it back up, my heart pounding. "Was that... Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" he asked, confused. I didn't push it. Maybe I imagined it, I thought. Grief plays tricks on your mind. But then it happened again the next week, and then once more, a few weeks after that. Always the same. Dad's greeting followed immediately by Mum's. After the third time, I mentioned it to him. "I don't hear anything," he said quietly. "But I'm not surprised. She loved talking to you on the phone." It's true. Even when our relationship was strained, and it often was, Mom never missed a chance to chat with me on the phone. She'd call me for the smallest things, just to hear my voice, I think. I went home for Christmas of 2023, about 2 months after she died. The house felt different, emptier, even with the decorations up. Mom had always gone all out for Christmas. Lights everywhere, little Santa figurines on every surface. The works. Dad had put up the tree, but nothing else. I couldn't blame him. Our family cat, Olive, has always been vocal. She's a chatty little thing, meowing about everything. Mom used to imitate her all the time, making this specific high-pitched murr-pee sound that would make us all laugh. Olive would always look so confused when Mom did it, like, "Hey, that's my thing." On Christmas Eve, I was in the kitchen making coffee when Olive started crying at the back door, wanting to be let out. I called out, "Just a minute, Olive," and that's when I heard it, the exact Miss RP sound my mom used to make, coming from directly behind me. I froze. The coffee mug slipped from my hand and shattered on the floor, but I barely noticed. I turned around slowly, half expecting, hoping maybe, to see her standing there with that mischievous smile she'd get when she teased the cat. But there was nothing. Just the empty doorway leading to the living room. I told Dad about it that night. We were sitting by the Christmas tree, both drinking eggnog, Mom's recipe. She always added extra nutmeg. "I've felt her too," he said simply, staring at the tree lights. "Not all the time, but sometime it's like she's still here, watching over us." I went back to my life after the holidays, but things weren't the same. I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. About Mum. I started having trouble at work, missing deadlines, zoning out during meetings. My apartment felt cold and lonely. So in March of 2024, I decided to move back home with Dad. He needed the company, and honestly, so did I. That's when I noticed what was happening with our other cat, Chloe. Chloe is different from Olive, more reserved, more watchful. She's always been sensitive to things, sometimes staring intently at empty corners or suddenly jumping away from nothing. But what she's been doing since I moved back is on another level. There's this spot in the hallway outside my old bedroom. When I was growing up, Mom would sometimes peek her head around that corner to check if I was studying or to tell me dinner was ready. She was short, only about 5'2", so her face would appear right around the height of the light switch. Almost every night, at around 9 or 10 p.m., Chloe sits in that exact spot in the hallway and stares at that exact height, right where Mum's face would be if she were peeking around the corner. And the expression on Chloe's face is what really gets me. It's this specific look she only ever had when someone was petting her or telling her she was pretty. Her eyes get half closed, and she does this slow blink thing. It's her "I'm being admired" face. The first time I noticed, I didn't think much of it. Cats are weird, right? But then it kept happening. Night after night, same time, same spot, same expression, like she was being petted by invisible hands, like she was seeing something, someone that we couldn't. One night in April, I decided to test something. I sat near Chloe during her hallway time and quietly said, "Mom, are you there?" Chloe's ears immediately perked up, and she looked from me back to the empty space at light switch height, like she was following a conversation. Then the temperature in the hallway dropped so suddenly that I got goosebumps all over my arms. It was like walking into a freezer. Dad has noticed it too. Sometimes he'll talk to the empty space where Chloe is staring. Simple things like, "We miss you," or "Hope you're doing okay wherever you are." And I swear in those moments, the house feels different. Not scary, just full, like there's an extra presence with us. Last week I was doing laundry in the basement, always a creepy place in our old house, with its dim lighting and weird shadows. I was sorting clothes when I caught a whiff of Mum's perfume. It's a very distinctive scent. This vanilla jasmine thing she'd worn for 20 years. It hit me so suddenly that I actually called out, "Mum!" before I could stop myself. No answer, of course. But when I went back upstairs, Chloe was sitting at the top of the basement steps with that same admiring face, staring at empty air. Dad and I have started keeping a log of these occurrences: the voice on the phone, the cat behavior, the cold spots, the smells. We're not trying to prove anything to anyone else. This is just for us, to help us process what's happening. Maybe it's all grief and wishful thinking. Maybe we're both so desperate to hold on to her that we're imagining these connections. I've considered that. But there are moments when it feels so undeniably real that I can't dismiss it. Like yesterday, I was alone in the house, sitting at the kitchen table paying bills. Mom always handled the finances when she was alive. I was getting frustrated trying to figure out this complicated medical bill from her final hospital stay. Suddenly, all the papers on the table shuffled like someone had blown on them, except there was no breeze, no open windows, nothing that could have caused it. And right in the center of the scattered papers was Mom's old calculator that I hadn't seen in months. The exact tool I needed at that moment. I want to be clear. Mom and I had a complicated relationship. She struggled with depression most of her life, and it affected how she parented. There were good times, absolutely, but also plenty of tension and misunderstandings. We weren't one of those mother-daughter pairs who were also best friends. We loved each other, but we didn't always understand each other, which makes these experiences all the more meaningful. It's like she's trying to bridge that gap now, in the only way she can. Like she's saying, "I'm still here, I'm still your mom." I don't know what to make of all this. I don't know if I believe in ghosts or spirits or whatever you want to call it. But I know what I've experienced. I know what my dad has experienced. I know how Chloe acts, looking up at empty space with love in her eyes. Sometimes I talk to her, to Mom, when I'm alone. I tell her about my day, or ask her opinion on things, just like I would if she were physically here. And sometimes, not always, but sometimes, I feel a response. Not words exactly. More like a feeling, a warmth, a sense that I've been heard. Just last night, I was looking through old photo albums in the living room. I came across a picture of Mom holding me as a baby, both of us laughing at something off camera. As I looked at it, the lamp next to me flickered 3 times in quick succession. 3 flickers, just like the little signal Mom and I had when I was a kid. 3 flashes of the porch light meant "I love you" when she dropped me off at school. I still don't know what to believe, but I think she's still here with us, in her way. And honestly, that brings me more comfort than I ever thought possible. Story 22. I've never been able to shake what happened that night 3 months ago. I'm still trying to make sense of it. And honestly, I don't know if I ever will. I've searched online for similar experiences, asked friends if they've ever heard of anything like it, but I keep coming up empty-handed. That's why I'm finally posting here. Maybe someone has seen something similar, or can at least help me understand what I experienced. It was a Tuesday night in late October. I remember because I had a big presentation at work the next day, and I was anxious about it, tossing and turning more than usual. The weather had been weird too, unseasonably warm during the day, but then dropping really cold at night. I live in a small house at the edge of a wooded area. Nothing fancy, but it's mine, and I usually love how quiet it is. I finally fell asleep around midnight after reviewing my presentation notes one last time. What happened next is where things get strange. I had this incredibly vivid dream, the kind where you can smell, feel, and sense everything as if it were actually happening. In the dream, I woke up to the smell of smoke. It was thick and acrid, like burning plastic mixed with wood. I jumped out of bed and ran downstairs in a panic, following the smell to my garage. When I opened the door connecting the house to the garage, flames were everywhere, consuming my car, the workbench, everything. The heat hit me in a wave, and I could feel my skin tightening from it. The strange part was that the fire wasn't making any noise. No crackling, no roaring, just silent flames consuming everything. In the dream, I tried to close the door to contain the fire, but my hands went right through the doorknob like I was a ghost. That's when I looked down and saw that the fire wasn't burning me, even though I was standing right in it. I felt the heat, but wasn't being harmed. Then I noticed something in the corner of the garage, partially hidden behind some burning boxes. It looked like a figure, just standing there, watching me. I couldn't make out any details, just a dark silhouette against the orange flames. I woke up with a jolt, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I was drenched in sweat, and my mouth was bone dry. The fear was so intense that I actually had to get up and check the garage right then and there. I grabbed my phone as a flashlight and crept downstairs, convinced I was going to smell smoke for real. Of course, the garage was fine. No fire, no smoke, nothing out of the ordinary. My car was sitting there untouched, tools hanging neatly on the wall where I'd left them. I checked everything twice, even touching the hood of the car to make sure it wasn't warm. After convincing myself it was just a nightmare, I headed back upstairs, stopping to use the bathroom first. I splashed cold water on my face and took a few deep breaths to calm down. It was 3:23 in the morning according to my phone. I remember the time exactly because I was thinking about how I'd be exhausted for my presentation if I didn't get back to sleep soon. As I was walking back to my bedroom, something caught my eye through the window in the hallway. My house is 2 stories, and this window faces the backyard and the woods beyond. At first, I thought I was imagining things. Maybe the dream had me on edge. But then I froze as I realized what I was seeing. There were lights moving outside, not like car headlights or flashlights, and definitely not like anything natural. These were long, straight lines of light, maybe 3 to 4 feet in length, glowing a soft whitish blue color. They were moving horizontally, one after another, at about the height of the treetops. Not high up in the sky like airplanes, but not low to the ground either. The lights moved in what I can only describe as a procession. They were perfectly parallel to the ground and traveling at a constant speed. Not fast, but not sluggishly slow either. Each light would appear from the left side of my view, traverse the entire span of my window, and then disappear to the right. As soon as one would vanish, another would appear from the left, following the exact same path. There was no sound at all, no humming, no whirring, nothing. I counted 11 lights before I finally reacted. My first instinct wasn't curiosity or wonder, it was fear. I actually stepped back from the window and partially hid behind the wall, just peeking out enough to keep watching. Something about these lights felt intentional, like they weren't just happening, they were being directed or controlled. The strangest part was how they illuminated nothing around them. Normally, when you see a light source at night, it casts light on surrounding objects. These didn't. They were just lines of light moving through darkness, not lighting up the trees they passed, or casting any glow on the ground below. After about 30 seconds total, the lights stopped coming. The last one disappeared beyond my field of vision, and then nothing. Complete darkness returned. It wasn't until they were gone that I realized I should have taken a picture. I scrambled for my phone, but by the time I got the camera app open and pointed it toward the window, there was nothing to capture. I stood there for several minutes, waiting to see if they would return. Nothing happened. The woods were silent and dark, just like they should be at that hour. I even opened the window to listen better and felt the cold night air rush in. No unusual sounds, no unusual smells, nothing. I checked the time again, only 3:26. The entire light show had lasted maybe 3 minutes total, but it felt much longer. I was wide awake now, my heart racing again, but for a completely different reason. I went from window to window in my house, checking different angles to see if the lights had moved elsewhere, but there was nothing. For the next hour, I sat in the dark in my bedroom, just staring out the window. I was too wired to sleep and too confused to do anything else. I kept trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Could it have been car headlights, somehow reflecting off something? No, the angle was all wrong, and my house sits well away from any roads. Could it have been a drone? But what kind of drone moves in perfectly straight lines with that kind of light configuration? And why would someone be flying multiple drones through the woods at 3 in the morning? When dawn finally came, I went outside to inspect the area. I was half expecting to find something, broken branches, disturbed ground, anything. But everything looked completely normal. The trees stood just as they always had, the ground was undisturbed, and there was nothing to indicate that anything unusual had happened hours earlier. I called in sick to work, postponing my presentation. I just couldn't focus. All day I kept replaying both the dream and the lights in my head, wondering if they were connected somehow. The timing was too coincidental. Having such a vivid, frightening dream, and then seeing something inexplicable right after. But what could possibly connect a dream about a garage fire to strange lights in the woods? I spent hours online that day, searching for similar experiences. I looked up everything I could think of. Horizontal moving lights at night, straight line lights moving in procession, lights at treetop level, even UFO sightings, though what I saw didn't match the typical descriptions of UFOs. I found plenty of accounts of strange lights, but nothing that matched what I'd seen. People reported orbs, flashing lights, zigzagging movements, nothing like my steady, linear, silent light beams. That night, I set up my phone on a tripod pointing out the window, recording video just in case the lights returned. They didn't. I did the same thing the next night and the next. Nothing. I even bought a better camera with night vision capabilities, thinking maybe my phone camera wasn't sensitive enough. Still nothing. The dream never returned either. I've had other dreams since then, of course, but nothing with that level of vivid detail, nothing about fires, and certainly nothing with mysterious figures watching from the shadows. After a few weeks, I started to question myself. Had I really seen those lights, or was I still half asleep? Could it have been some kind of waking dream or sleep paralysis? But I know what sleep paralysis feels like. I've experienced it before, and this wasn't it. I was moving freely, fully conscious, and completely aware of my surroundings. What bothers me most is the feeling I had while watching those lights. It wasn't just confusion or surprise. It was a deep, instinctual unease, like when you know you're being watched but can't see by whom. The lights didn't seem threatening exactly, but they didn't feel benign either. They felt purposeful. Like they were there for a reason, performing some function I couldn't understand. And sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, I wonder about that figure I saw in my dream, the silhouette standing in the flames. Was it just a random element my brain conjured up, or was it something more? Was it somehow connected to the lights? I haven't told many people about this experience. My closest friend thinks I was just half asleep and imagined it all. My brother suggested ball lightning, though after researching that phenomenon, it doesn't match what I saw either. So here I am, still without answers. The woods behind my house look the same as they always have. I still live in the same house, still park my car in the same garage. But sometimes, around 3 in the morning, I find myself standing at that hallway window, watching and waiting, wondering if they'll ever come back. Those silent, steady lines of light, moving through the darkness like sentinels on patrol, and wondering what they're looking for. Story 23. I've been putting off writing about this for a while now because honestly it still freaks me out just thinking about it, but I keep seeing posts about people messing with spirits like it's a game, so maybe sharing what happened to me will make someone think twice. This happened about 1.5 years ago. My mum and I were living in this old trailer that we knew was haunted from pretty much day one. It wasn't exactly a surprise. The place was dirt cheap for our area, and the landlord had this weird, nervous energy when he showed us around. He never explicitly said anything was wrong with the place, but looking back, he practically sprinted through the tour and kept checking his watch like he couldn't wait to get out of there. For the first few months, weird stuff would happen pretty regularly. I'd put my keys on the kitchen counter and find them in the bathroom an hour later. The TV remote would vanish for days before suddenly reappearing right in the middle of the coffee table where we'd already looked 12 times. One time I even found my hairbrush in the refrigerator, and I know for a fact I'd never put it there. The doors were the most obvious thing though. We'd wake up to all the cabinet doors standing wide open in the kitchen, even though we'd closed them the night before. My bedroom door would swing open on its own, even when there wasn't any draft. Mom's door did the same thing. We got used to hearing that distinctive creak in the middle of the night, followed by the soft thud of a door hitting the wall. After a while, most of the activity died down. It was like whatever was there had gotten bored with us or accepted that we weren't leaving. The only time things would act up again was when we had visitors over. It's like the ghost or whatever it was got jealous or wanted to show off. Every single time someone new came over, something weird would happen. A door would slam, something would fall off a shelf, or the lights would flicker. My mom and I didn't really talk about it much after the first couple months. It just became our normal. We'd joke sometimes like, "Oh, the ghost must have taken my phone charger again," but that was about it. We weren't scared because nothing ever felt threatening. It was just annoying mostly. Then came that day I still can't fully explain. I was about 19 at the time and had finally convinced my mom to let me paint my bedroom. The walls had this ancient, ugly floral wallpaper that was peeling at the corners and stained yellow from the previous tenant smoking. My friend, let's call her T, came over to help me scrape it off. We'd been working for about 2 hours and had gotten maybe 1/4 of one wall done. The wallpaper was stubborn as hell, coming off in tiny strips instead of sheets like the YouTube tutorials promised. My arms were already aching, and we were both sweating even though it wasn't particularly hot. "This is going to take forever," T complained, digging the edge of her scraper under a particularly stubborn piece. I was about to agree when my bedroom door, which had been shut tight to keep the mess contained, suddenly swung open with enough force to bang against the wall. T jumped, but I just laughed. "Sorry, I should have warned you. The ghosts like to mess around when new people visit." She stared at me. "Ghosts? Plural? What the hell? Why didn't you mention that before I agreed to help?" I shrugged. "They're harmless. They just like attention." As if on cue, the door slowly closed itself, then opened again with the same force as before. Bang! Then it closed again, more slowly. T backed against the wall. "Okay, that's not funny. If you're messing with me somehow..." "I'm not, I swear." The door swung open a 3rd time. Bang! They do this sometimes. It's annoying but not dangerous. The door slammed shut so hard that some of my posters fell off the wall. "Okay," I said, setting down my scraper. "Let's take a break. The ghost is being extra today." We went to the kitchen, and I grabbed us both some water. T was visibly shaken, still clutching her wallpaper scraper like a weapon. She kept looking over her shoulder. "Seriously, we've lived here for over 1 year, I said. "If they were going to hurt us, they would have done it by now." T wasn't convinced. She held up the metal scraper, which had a pretty sharp edge for getting under the wallpaper. Well, I'm not taking any chances. Any ghost tries to attack me, I'm going to cut it. The temperature in the room seemed to drop instantly. I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. Don't say that, I said quickly. Don't threaten them, they've never hurt anyone. But I don't think it's a good idea to antagonize whatever's here. T rolled her eyes. What's it going to do? It's probably just old pipes or something making the doors move. And you've convinced yourself it's ghosts. I knew better, but I didn't push it. Instead, I turned to the sink to wash some of the wallpaper gunk off my hands. The water was running, and I was scrubbing away the sticky residue when it happened. My right arm suddenly felt like it was on fire, not like a mild burn, like someone was dragging a white-hot poker across my skin. The pain was so intense and unexpected that I gasped and dropped to my knees right there by the sink. "What's wrong?" T asked, but her voice sounded far away over the ringing in my ears. I looked down at my arm, still under the running water, and nearly threw up. There were deep scratches running from my wrist almost to my elbow, appearing in real time as if an invisible claw was dragging across my skin. The scratches were deep enough that blood was welling up immediately, mixing with the water and swirling down the drain in pink rivulets. The scratches weren't random. They formed what looked like letters, though in my panic I couldn't make out what they spelled. All I knew was that something had just carved into my flesh while I stood there fully conscious. "Holy shit!" T screamed, grabbing my arm and yanking it from under the water. "What the fuck?" The burning sensation was getting worse. It felt like acid had been poured into the cuts. I gritted my teeth to keep from screaming and grabbed a clean kitchen towel to press against my arm. "Did you do that to yourself?" T asked, her face pale. "No, I was just washing my hands and it happened." The towel was already soaking through with blood. "Get me the first aid kit from the bathroom." While T ran to get it, I carefully pulled back the towel to look at the damage. The scratches were deep and precise, not like I'd accidentally scratched myself, and they definitely formed shapes, letters or symbols. The pain was making it hard to focus, but I thought I could make out an R and maybe an E. When T came back, she was empty-handed. "I can't find the first aid kit," and she trailed off, looking confused. "What? My scraper is gone. I had it in my hand when we came to the kitchen, and now I can't find it anywhere." A chill that had nothing to do with blood loss ran through me. "Check where you were standing." She looked around. "It's not here. It's not anywhere." The implications hit us both at the same time. The metal scraper with the sharp edge that she'd threatened to use on the ghost. Gone, and now my arm was carved up. I ran cold water over my arm again, which helped with the burning sensation a little. The cuts had stopped bleeding so heavily, but they looked angry and deep. In the harsh kitchen light, I could almost make out what was carved there. Respect. T helped me bandage my arm tightly with gauze and medical tape from the backup first aid kit in my mom's room. The whole time, she kept looking around nervously, jumping at every creak and groan of the old trailer. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. I didn't believe you." "It's okay," I said automatically, though it wasn't. My arm felt like it was still on fire, even under the bandages. "But you need to go, now." She nodded, gathering her things quickly. At the door, she paused. "Are you going to be okay here alone?" I wasn't sure, but I nodded anyway. "They've never bothered me before. Just don't ever come back here, okay? I don't think you'd be welcome." After she left, the trailer felt different, heavier somehow, like the air itself had thickened. I sat on the couch, cradling my bandaged arm, and waited. For what? I wasn't sure. My mom got home a few hours later and freaked out when she saw my arm. I told her I'd accidentally cut myself while scraping wallpaper. I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth, that something in our house had marked me as a warning. We never found T's wallpaper scraper. I looked everywhere, even checking the garbage cans outside, but it had vanished completely. The cuts on my arm healed slowly, leaving raised scars that still clearly spell respect. if you look closely. I wear long sleeves most of the time now. The weird thing is, after that day, all the ghostly activity stopped completely. No more opening doors, no more missing items. It's like whatever was there had made its point and was satisfied with the result. We moved out of that trailer 3 months later. I couldn't take living there anymore, jumping at every sound, wondering if I'd somehow angered whatever was there again. My mom didn't argue when I told her we needed to leave. I've never told anyone else the full story until now. I'm still not sure what exactly was in that trailer with us all that time. I don't know why it waited so long to show what it was capable of, or why it chose that moment to lash out. But I do know this. If you ever find yourself living alongside something you can't explain, something that makes doors open on their own and moves your things when you're not looking, don't threaten it, don't challenge it, and above all, show it respect, because you never know when it might decide to show you exactly what it can do. I still have nightmares about that burning sensation, about watching my own skin split open without touching it, about the realization that we were never alone in that trailer, and whatever was with us was much more powerful than we ever suspected. The scratches may have healed, but the message remains, both on my arm and in my mind. Never threaten ghosts. They're listening, and they can do much worse than slamming doors. Story 24. This all started when I was 13. I began having these absolutely horrible nightmares that felt way too real. I'm not talking about your average bad dream where you're falling or being chased. These were different. I could literally feel physical pain in these dreams, like actually feel it. In one particularly awful dream, I was being crushed under something heavy, and I woke up gasping for breath with my chest hurting. In another, I felt something cutting into my skin, and the pain lingered even after I woke up sobbing. My mom would try to comfort me, but there wasn't much she could do. These dreams were coming almost every night, and I was becoming terrified of going to sleep. I started developing dark circles under my eyes from lack of sleep, and my teachers were concerned about me nodding off in class. It was affecting everything. My dad, though, he was different. He never seemed surprised by my nightmares. He'd just get this serious look on his face whenever I'd describe them at breakfast. My dad had always been into what he called the other side. He wasn't religious in a traditional sense, but he definitely believed in spirits and energies. Growing up, I was used to seeing him burn sage or place crystals around our house. My mum tolerated it, but didn't really buy into it. Whenever my nightmares would get really bad, my dad would do this thing he called walking the house. I remember the first time I saw him do it. It was after I'd had a particularly brutal nightmare where I felt like I was being held underwater. I was hysterical, and my mum couldn't calm me down. Dad came into my room, his face grim, and said he was going to clean the house. He grabbed this small bag of items he kept in his closet. I later learned it contained salt, sage, some kind of oil, and a few other things I couldn't identify. I watched from my doorway as he went to each corner of our home, starting at the front door and working his way through every room. He would speak in this low, authoritative voice, not chanting exactly, but firmly addressing whatever he sensed. I couldn't make out all the words, but I could hear phrases like, "You're not welcome here, and this is not your place." The strangest part? After he did this, my nightmares would stop completely. Not just improve, totally disappear. For about 2 weeks I'd sleep peacefully, then like clockwork they'd start creeping back in. First, just uneasy feelings, then full-blown terror again. Dad would notice the change in me at breakfast, the dark circles returning, my jumpiness, and he'd nod knowingly and say, "I'll walk the house tonight." This pattern continued for months. The nightmares, my dad's ritual, 2 weeks of peace, then repeat. I started to accept it as just part of my life. Around this time, something else strange happened. I developed this intense fear of clowns. And when I say intense, I mean paralyzing, cold sweat, can't breathe fear. The weird thing was, I had never been afraid of clowns before. When I was younger, I actually thought they were cute. We had this little porcelain clown figurine that I used to keep on my bookshelf because I liked it. But suddenly, around age 12, I couldn't stand to look at it. I asked my mum to get rid of it, and she was confused by my sudden change of heart, but didn't make a big deal of it. I didn't connect this fear to my nightmares. They seemed like separate issues. Terrible dreams on one hand, and this random new phobia on the other. I never even mentioned my clown fear to my dad. It felt embarrassing, like something a little kid would be afraid of. Then came that day. It was summer break, and my dad was in the backyard grilling. I was helping him, bringing out plates and silverware. It was a perfectly normal afternoon. We were chatting about school and my friends, and then, completely casually, as if he was asking about the weather, my dad said, "Has the clown come back yet?" I froze with the plate stack in my hands. "What clown?" I asked, already feeling a cold dread washing over me. Dad flipped a burger and looked at me with slight surprise. "The one in your room," he said matter-of-factly. "The one I have to remove every time I walk the house." I felt sick. My hands started shaking so badly I had to set the plates down on the patio table. "What are you talking about?" I whispered. Dad must have seen the terror on my face because his expression changed from casual to concerned. He turned down the grill and sat me down. Then he explained something that has haunted me ever since. Every time he walked the house, every single time, he found what he described as a 7-foot heavy-set clown standing by my bed. Not a normal circus clown, but something grotesque and wrong. He said its face paint was smeared and dirty, its costume stained and torn in places. It never made a sound, but it refused to leave when my dad commanded it to go, unlike other spirits he'd encountered. "It doesn't leave like the others," he told me. "I have to remove it in pieces, first its presence from your room, then from the hallway, then from the house entirely. It's stubborn. It resists. That's why your nightmares come back so quickly. It finds its way back in faster than other energies." I sat there in complete shock. There was absolutely no way my dad could have known about my fear of clowns. I had never told him, never mentioned it once. Yet here he was, describing exactly what had been terrifying me for months. "Dad," I said, my voice barely audible, "I've been afraid of clowns for almost a year now. I don't know why it started. I just am." He nodded slowly, not looking surprised at all. "Makes sense," he said. "You're sensitive to it. You can feel its presence even if you can't see it." "I feel watched," I admitted, "all the time in my room. Sometimes I sleep with the lights on because I'm afraid to look in the dark corners." Dad just nodded again and said, "Well, makes sense." After that conversation, things changed. Now that I knew what my dad was fighting, the nightmares became even more terrifying because I could picture this entity watching me. Sometimes in my dreams, I would catch glimpses of something big and white with splashes of red, lurking just at the edge of my vision. I'd wake up screaming. Dad started walking the house more frequently, not waiting for the nightmares to return at full force. He taught me some basic protection techniques, visualizing a shield of light around my bed, keeping certain crystals nearby. They helped a little, but nothing worked as well as when he performed his full ritual. This went on for years. From age 13 to 17, my dad removed this clown entity from our house dozens of times. I became so accustomed to the pattern that I could tell him when it was back, before the nightmares even started. I'd feel a heaviness in the air of my room, a sense of being observed, and I'd tell my dad, "It's back." He'd nod grimly and prepare to walk the house that night. Then, during my senior year of high school, my dad passed away suddenly from a heart attack. I was devastated, not just because I'd lost my father, but because I'd lost my protector. Who would keep the clown away now? In the weeks after his death, I was so consumed by grief that I didn't even notice the absence of nightmares. Maybe the entity respected my mourning, or maybe it was biding its time. But about a month after the funeral, I woke up from a dream where I felt like I was being crushed under an enormous weight. I knew immediately what was happening. My mom didn't believe in my dad's superstitions, as she called them. I couldn't tell her about the clown, so I tried to use the techniques my dad had taught me. I burned sage. I placed salt at my doorway. I visualized protective light. Nothing worked as well as when my dad did it. The nightmares returned with a vengeance. I started sleeping in the living room because I couldn't bear to be in my bedroom. My mom thought I was just struggling with grief, which was partially true, but not the whole story. I made it through the rest of high school sleeping poorly but surviving. When it came time for college, I felt a mix of relief and terror at the thought of leaving home. Would the entity follow me, or was it attached to my childhood house? I moved into my dorm room hopeful that I was leaving it behind. For the first few weeks, I slept peacefully. I started to believe maybe it was over. But then one night I woke up with that familiar feeling of being watched. I opened my eyes and stared into the dark corner of my dorm room, and although I couldn't see anything, I knew it was there. The nightmares started again. My roommate complained about me screaming in my sleep. I tried to explain it away as stress from classes, but I knew better. It had followed me. I'm 24 now. I've moved 6 times since college. Sometimes I get a break. A few months of peaceful sleep that make me think maybe it's finally gone, but it always returns. I've tried everything. Professional paranormal investigators, psychics, even a priest once. Nothing works permanently. I've researched obsessively, trying to understand what this entity is and why it's attached to me. I've found scattered accounts of similar experiences, but nothing that fully explains my situation. The worst part is that I still don't know what it wants. Why me? Why has it been watching me sleep since I was a child? What would have happened if my dad hadn't been there to protect me all those years? I still feel it sometimes, that heavy presence in the room. I still occasionally catch glimpses of something white and red in my peripheral vision. And I still have those vivid, painful nightmares when it gets strong enough. I wish my dad were here. He never seemed afraid of it, just determined to keep it away from me. He knew what to do. Without him, I'm just fumbling in the dark, trying to protect myself from something I can't see but know is there. I don't know if I'll ever be free of it. All I know is that somewhere out there, a 7-foot clown is waiting for me to fall asleep tonight.